8 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the kickoff hour here on a Friday. We thank you for being with us. 866 We Be Big, the number. You're reading it, Greg. This is Speedy. I'm back with the crew. Thank you, Good Time Gang, for covering. That's why we're a gang. We're a team. We can still survive, but when one of us is gone, we just wait for him to get back. Bubba off today, and then vacation next week for him, so you're not going to see him or hear from him until July the 6th. But be checking social media. I'm sure he'll update you on all the vacation fun. I understand Dawson's going to be here today. We're going to check in with Gary. Rick will be joining us right after top of the next hour, and we welcome all of you in to the kickoff hour. We've got Barbecue Smoke Neck and the winner here today. They're your interns at 866 We Be Big. Well, over to my right, we do have Mr. Greg Burgess and Michael Helms. What's up, guys? How are y'all?
Glad you're back.
Yes, sir. Fishing Shirt Friday. How are you?
It is.
You got the new one there.
You know, you're talking about gang and team. I'd like us to be known as the three-man wolf pack.
Three-man pack.
Three-man pack.
But we've invited Adler in, and
he don't want to be a part of our group, though.
But do you remember we tried to get him to do things to be in, but then we just said, okay, he's in.
So it's a four-man wolf pack.
Yeah.
I'd like us to be known as the four-man wolf pack.
Four-man wolf pack. That's when we tried to, if you'll remember, we tried to throw things at Adler.
Yes.
That's when the Houston Astros were getting thrown at a little bit because of all the stuff they were doing, banging on drums and stuff. And he was like, I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
And we're like, please let us throw at you. And he's like, no.
He likes to distance himself from us, and I don't blame him. Right. I get it.
Well, there's times where you want to be part of the three-man wolf pack, and then there's times that you want to distance.
Yeah.
That's like with you. You've battled it for years.
It took me about 7 years.
Yeah. And that's when we would go to these big media days at SEC and we'd act up.
Oh, yeah.
And then you wanted to be professional and be taken serious. Yep. And then if you finally realized that you just embrace it.
I gave up on it.
Just embrace it.
Yep. No doubt.
Yeah,
I've come a long way.
Yeah.
I think our worst one was when we was messing with that guy that was the big fat guy that was working on the field at the SEC baseball tournament.
Yeah.
Big, large.
Yeah. Saw him again.
Wow.
He's lost a little weight. Of course, he's holding the hose.
Yeah, now he'll hold that hose.
Yeah.
He's going to get that done. Getting the slack out of it.
You remember when I went up there and drug the
field?
Come out
watering the field. Yes.
With the team.
You were part of the crew.
With the crew.
Yeah.
That was fun.
Speaking of that, the World Series, now we got 4. Texas and Virginia went into the night. They had a lightning delay, severe weather coming through, so every time there's lightning, it's, hey, here we go. We got to wait another 20, 30 minutes. But they finally got it in. Texas beat Virginia. So Virginia's out, and now Texas plays Mississippi State tonight. And then Virginia, I think we have an afternoon game, and it's Vanderbilt and NC State. And then the night game, if you're listening live, and it's Friday, is Mississippi State and Texas.
Maybe a chance for an all-SEC final.
It could be.
Yeah.
It could be.
Now, the Wolfpack probably have something else to say about that, but we'll see.
Yeah. So we went over. I guess I don't know if y'all said where we were, but we went over to Myrtle Beach.
We did.
It's funny because Terry was like, "Hey, I don't know. I was thinking about taking some pictures and posting something, but I don't know. I mean, Reese is at home by himself, and then if we do that, people are going to know we're not home and we're in Myrtle Beach." And I said, "Honey, I got to tell you something real quick. I think the guys are saying we're in Myrtle Beach." I said, "So I guess we just embrace it." She went, "Oh, really?" I'm like, "Yeah. I probably should have told him maybe not to if that's what you wanted, but I think he's okay."
We'll check in with him.
Yeah. And so
that's why we have these big time security systems.
Yeah. Simply Safe.
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
I could check in constantly.
Yep.
And matter of fact, I was able to check in one time because we got the dogs. My gosh, the dogs. I mean, what about the dogs? And that was the discussion. Well, what about the dogs?
Oh, I know.
Well, how about that? Well, I mean, what are we going to do about the dogs? If I hear about the dogs one more time. But Reese stayed back. He had to work, and he had football workouts every morning, so he stayed back. And so the dogs were taken care of. But we have that little back porch breezeway area.
Yeah.
And the Simply Safe, we have a camera that goes that way too, just to make sure somebody coming in from the back or whatever. So it's also a dog monitor, and so we were able to kind of thank goodness.
Keep an eye on them.
Keep an eye on them. I could just hand Terry my phone and go, look, they're okay. Good gracious.
Yeah. Terry's taking a dump.
I mean, look at him, hunkered down.
Yeah, bowed up.
So Myrtle Beach was interesting. That's the first time I had been over there.
I've never been there.
Yeah, and I mean it's really nice. It's an older town. You know, it's got a lot of history behind it, but apparently a lot of people go there because. You know, and JC is over there playing in one of these collegiate summer leagues, and he's been over there for, you know, a month or so. And, you know, you winding down to the last week or two, and you're pretty much done with it if you're a player. You're like, okay, we've been playing double headers and all that for every day. Yeah. We might have one day off a week, but it's pretty much every day. And so we're all winding down, and we're done. But I think they have, like, the playoffs coming up. And right now they're the number 1 seed. They're doing pretty well. Got a bunch of Bama boys over there and so they play, I think, Sunday going into next week. So I think he should be coming home at the end of next week, depending on how they do and all. But
good.
But you know, I think it was a good time because
good experience.
Some of the parents have been going over with different players and really using it as a getaway. And hey, we're going to have a little vacation and we'll go see a game too. And oh, by the way, we can see our son we hadn't seen in a while. And so, we got to meet different parents a lot from. There's a lot of Pennsylvania kids that are there. Some boys from up north, and so we got to meet their parents, and then some from the East Coast, and some from down in Florida. So we got to meet a wide range of parents that were coming through, and we missed some because their week was another week, and all this kind of good stuff. But it was good to see him. Got some information on Myrtle Beach. I had no idea getting something to eat was such an undertaking.
It is now.
My gosh, alive!
I think we're very fortunate around here.
I can tell you we are,
based off things I'm hearing in other parts of the country.
All these vacation places I hear trying to get something to eat.
And you dealt with it all week.
Yeah.
Wow.
And sadly, with about a day left, we figured it out. And that is the system on if you want to go to indoor dining, what you have to do. And it takes some planning. You talking about the 5 Ps. Good gracious, you better not go, hey, you want to go get something to eat.
Ain't going to happen.
Because if you don't have a plan, then you're going to get laughed at when they tell you it's a 4-hour wait.
Hey, now, I'll go get a candy bar at the Quick Rib and be done with it.
Sure. Well, I told Terry, I said, a sandwich is fine with me. But anyway, we'll talk about that, plus the stories of the day. Rick will join us after top of the hour. Good time, gang. What would you say? The Wolfpack is we're live.
3-man Wolfpack.
Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour. It's the Rick and Bubba Show. So we went over to Myrtle Beach. It's about a 7.5 hour drive from Birmingham. And so, when you're in the car for 7.5 hours, we had to try to be strategic on where we were going to stop because, you don't want to stop at the wrong exit. You want to make sure, that exit has what you need and all this kind of stuff. And so Terry was over there kind of navigating a little bit, and then she jumped on Facebook, which she never does. She has a Facebook page, but she just doesn't jump on it as much. And she did, and she went, "Hey, did you know Bruce Willis is in the Birmingham market filming his new movie in Bessemer, Alabama, in downtown Bessemer?" And I said, "Do what? Bruce Willis is here?" She goes, "Yeah, he was in the Bright Star eating lunch the other day."
There's a lot of movies get filmed around here.
Yeah. And Will Ferrell is in the news today because he was, I think, with Conan O'Brien. Did you know he still did a show? He did his last show, and apparently Will Ferrell roasted him on his big farewell.
I saw him smoking a joint on his last show.
Yeah, okay.
Burning one.
Doobage.
Yeah. But let me tell you how Will Ferrell gets back to Bruce. Because you remember we got heads up that Will Ferrell was like jogging through downtown
I play that
Birmingham,
on Best all the time.
And then we challenged we challenged the audience. Can y'all get Will Ferrell on the show by the end of the show?
Paid him.
And we ended up finding somebody that worked at the hotel he was at. And then remember I was sent on location. And anyway, we ended up getting Will Ferrell to call the show.
Yeah,
y'all remember that?
I play it all the time.
Yeah. And Terry said, "Well, y'all ought to challenge the audience. Can y'all get Bruce Willis to be on the show today?"
You think anybody can pull that off?
I don't know, but I'd like for Bruce Willis to call the show today.
Okay.
Be an interesting podcast, wouldn't it?
He's in Bessemer, Alabama today, or he has been, and they say he'll be there till tomorrow if you're listening live, and that's Saturday.
Die Like Lovers is the name of the movie.
That's weird.
Die Like Lovers will be entirely filmed in the Birmingham area.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, he's there till June 26th. They say they're filming.
John Travolta's filmed a few movies here.
Yeah, he has. Yeah. But I would like
Bruce is 66.
Let me ask you a question. If you see a Bruce Willis movie, do you stop?
Yes.
You do?
Yeah.
Is he one of those actors that you stop and go, let me see what...
I don't stop as long as I do with others, but I do stop.
Okay.
What about the weird commercial? Is it AutoZone that does it? And it's about the Die Hard battery, and they must have threw some money out for their commercial because he's in it.
Oh, really?
And Samuel L. Jackson's got a brief... I mean, this is for a car battery. They must have really...
Are they a part of some movie?
No, because they're doing like the commercials a kick spinoff, and like they're talking about Die Hard because it's the Die Hard battery. He's crawling around, big explosions.
Interesting. But anyways, that's just a little side note. So when Rick gets here today, I'd love to ask him, do we want that challenge? And because our audience can do anything. Yeah. Somebody is going to be listening or watching that's either that's part of the crew filming, or they're doing something, or they're in that area, and they can get him on.
Oh, Bruce made a lot of movies.
Once somebody called and then handed the phone.
Armageddon is probably my favorite.
Oh yeah,
Armageddon's
hands
a good
down.
one.
Yeah.
That's one of them that every time it's on, I watch it.
I know.
Yeah,
I know.
God. So anyway, there's that challenge
nervous
today. If you know somebody that knows somebody that knows somebody, call that somebody and see if you can't get it going.
Somebody,
and then let us know how that goes. So your fishing shirt today.
Yeah, how about
you said
that?
There's a story behind it.
Well, I had a listener send it to me.
Oh.
Fired up. He said, "Hey, look, I want to contribute to Fishing Shirt Friday," and actually mailed me one and my son one. How about that?
Interesting.
Ripple Lip. How about that?
Ripple
I like
Lip.
it too.
That's a nice shirt.
Got a big, nice fish on the back of it.
Shirt.
It's comfy,
really nice,
breathable.
Thanks, you sharp in it.
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah.
Right.
It is a good shirt.
Thank you, Brent. Brent from Mississippi.
Brent.
Your old stomping ground down towards the coast, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah.
A little coast route.
So,
yeah.
How about that?
Look at that. Well, let's see. That's a nice shirt.
Ripple Lip. That's what it's called.
Yeah.
Well, we like.
I've never heard of this Ripple Lip fishwear, but it's I'm gonna tell you, it's comfortable.
We like new shirts, don't we?
And to the point. So it's this is 15 days in a row I've had a different shirt on.
Atta boy. Congratulations.
Now that's over. I've done my goal and all that, so now I'm gonna get back.
You've shown Amanda.
I
what
have.
You've done.
I sure did.
I'm the opposite. This is 15 days I've wore the same shirt.
And I like your pullover you have on today. I haven't seen that.
Know. It's just
you're patriotic, I see.
Well, it's got the flag colors on it.
Now, did you intentionally do it?
You get ready for the Olympics.
Yeah.
No, I'm proud to be hit it one time.
I thought you were intentionally doing it for the Olympics or 4th of July weekend coming up.
It was available.
Not this
if
weekend,
I could just
but
be
next
totally
weekend.
honest.
Guy,
if I could be totally honest, it was available. It was the only color they had in my size, and it was raining in Myrtle Beach, and so I grabbed one.
Greg said it had a little soccer look to it.
It does.
Excuse me?
That's what he said. I didn't say
just a slight.
Yeah, well, I'm going to slap you, bud. How about that?
Little man wore a purple golf shirt for you yesterday.
Really?
In honor of you, yeah.
I always point out your golf shirts when you wear them.
Okay.
This was straight
and
up
and the golf shirts that he is pointing out, they're just collared shirts.
I know, but they're made for golf. Listen, I'll admit it. The shirt I got actually on the tag had a thing about how it stretches when you swing.
Okay.
It was sure enough something you would have wore Regions tradition.
Boy, and you had got a haircut and everything.
Yeah.
Look at you,
Think
little
of that.
man. Huh? How about this shirt? Got sent by a friend of mine. I identified as vaccinated. You know how you can identify as different things?
That's funny.
I like this one. I identify as vaccinated, and he wears it around. So don't mess with me. I identify as being vaccinated, even though I haven't been.
That makes about as much sense as some of the other stuff.
Yeah.
Let's just call it from this point on, a lot of your stuff's going to be American themed.
What if it was? Terry did get on me again. You know,
'cause he's proud.
When you are in the car for quite a long time, and again, I still don't know.
What's that? 7.5 hours?
Yeah, 7.5.
Okay.
But
How about that numb butt?
we just went. We just went ahead and hit 8 because I'm like, by the
no
time,
sense to get in a hurry.
Well, by the time, not only that, but by the time you stop,
you got to go through Atlanta too.
We stopped 3 times going, and we stopped 2 times coming back.
Yeah,
and I thought that was pretty good. We stopped
I think so.
just outside of Augusta, and then we stopped right around Oxford.
That's not bad at all.
Yeah. Now there was some drama getting through Atlanta where there's some stop and go.
It's always a crapshoot.
We did see a road rage incident in front of us. I don't understand. You know, we've talked about slow left-hand drivers and all that. That they cause, in my opinion, more panic than any because people start trying to panic getting around them, and they're holding everything up. I know y'all see us. I don't know what the deal is, but these other people where you're in the left lane and you're going, but it's a train. I mean,
I can't go faster than the guy in front of me.
And you're waiting for that front car to maybe clear an 18-wheel or something. Then they're going to get over. Just give it a minute.
Yeah.
But the people that are behind you, they start panicking and they get in the right lane and they fly up behind whatever car's in the right lane and then try to squeeze in over and get mad at you if they can't get over. And I'm like,
and you're gaining one spot.
Yeah, I'm like, what are you doing? Just give it a minute. Well, there was this one guy that tried that, and they got to going so much that I backed off, and Terry was like, you need to back off big time. And all the cars started slowing down. They were using their cars like if they were sword fighting, you know. But it was with cars, and they were swerving back and forth and slamming on brakes, and they had arms coming out the windows and stuff like that. And there were 2 really, really, really nice cars, and I'm like, what are y'all doing?
You knew at any moment they were going to start spinning.
Yes. And so Terry's like, back off.
Yeah,
I mean, good night. But that was right around Atlanta. And I'm like, man, Atlanta brings so much drama.
Oh, like I said, you're either sitting still or everybody's in a big wad going 90.
Yeah. Hey, in the traffic report, last about 40 seconds on all the problems going on.
Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes until top of the hour, kickoff hour live. Good Time Gang sitting in studio, waiting on your phone calls. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Barbecue Smoke Neck on the phones. The winner here as well. He's doing that and helping some with TV today. Bubba off. He'll be back after vacation. Took a day early. You know, these flights, you're subject to when the flights are heading out. So he is having to take advantage of getting on out of here, and so he will not be with us today. Rick will be here, though, and so we have a lot scheduled. Scott Dawson will be stopping by. We're going to check in with Gary. We're going to have a lot of fun today. We might even call it a Fun Zone Friday. This portion of the show is brought to you by another new sponsor that we want to let you know about. It's a box of awesomeness is what it is, boxofawesome.com. Add some fun and excitement into your life that has some really cool stuff in it. You know, right now, you can go to boxofawesome.com and save a lot of money and get a lot in return. Who doesn't love that? Do you like that?
I love
Greg?
it.
I do too. Bespoke Post is what we're talking about. They partner with small businesses around America, emerging brands as well, and they partner with them to get unique items in their boxes every single month. And so you need to go to boxofawesome.com. They've got you covered from travel and outdoor gear to breezy summer styles, even grooming goods, and a whole lot more. Their collections cover every part of your life. So to get started, what you want to do is take a simple online quiz at boxofawesome.com. That's boxofawesome.com. And then based on your answers, they will know what to put in the box of awesomeness. Y'all follow me on this?
Yeah,
That's right.
absolutely.
Now, this is what I
Your
love.
personality is what they're looking
That's
for.
right.
Little personality survey.
And what happens is they release new boxes every month across a ton of different categories. It's free and super easy to sign up, so it doesn't cost you to sign up, and you can even skip a month or cancel any time without any hassles or whatever. But each box costs only $45, all right? But it's guaranteed to have over $70 worth of gear inside. So you're saving a lot of money, and right now, Rick and Bubba listeners and viewers get 20% off your first box when you sign up at boxofawesome.com and enter promo code Bubba to checkout. And then you're going to have that 20% off savings. But you're like I said, the box costs $45, but it's guaranteed to have 70 in it. And then you get that 20 off that first box. So you have nothing to lose. Just make sure that you use code Bubba at checkout at boxofawesome.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Say like Helmsy, they would send him a fishing shirt.
They would, because he would fill out his little survey and say that he likes Fishing Shirt Friday.
That's it.
I don't know if that's what you put in, but
Something similar. You'll get an American stuff.
I heard you mention grooming products on there.
yeah, it even has like, you know.
I need some stuff for my
Oh, a
own.
little
Not
Manscaped.
necessarily a dog or anything, but like myself. Yeah, you're right,
right,
Greg. A little
right.
Manscaped.
You scream that.
Yeah, sure did. Right in the mic.
Yeah. So, you know, I'm not going to sit here and go through, this is what I did in Myrtle Beach.
Oh, you going to tell us
but-
about your little trip?
But no, I had a very uncomfortable moment. And I don't know why we can't just go places.
You didn't poop in your pants again, did you?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
I didn't.
That's bad.
I didn't. But now JC told me he was on in the dugout at one time during this month when they were in the rain delays. He was holding court in the dugout, telling all them what his dad did.
Yeah. That's
funny.
funny.
Man,
We're
it's
going
a
to a
great
Tennessee
story.
Titan game, and people just couldn't believe
It's
it.
a family story passed on down.
You want to know why?
generations.
You want to know why I think that story is so popular? It's because everybody has done it at
Oh,
some
yeah.
time in their life, and
They've
if they
done it.
haven't,
They've
they're
been
real
lying.
talk.
They're
Yeah,
lying.
it's real talk.
Yeah.
They've been close.
Yeah. So we go
At
over.
the edge of night.
We go over, and we felt like we were going back and forth on if we were even going over. All right, but because some parents were going over, some weren't, and some were using it as a getaway, and then some were, whatever. We finally decided about a week before going, hey, we're going. And I thought Terry did a great job on finding a place, which is very hard to find. And so we found a place that, Sunday through Thursday. And so we head over, and we were off the beach, but, Myrtle Beach is known for their golf courses. Every turn you make, you're at another course. And so we stayed on one of the golf courses, and it was gorgeous because you could walk out and you see the golf course and all the wildlife running around, and it was really kind of cool. And then you had your golfers that got out early and tried to tee off, and so I enjoyed seeing a lot of them like hit it in the woods, and they didn't know anybody was watching. They were getting mad and stuff. I really enjoyed that. But then there was time to go eat, and we are a big let's go to the grocery store. Let's get a place that has a kitchen so we can cook in a lot.
Yeah.
Are y'all that people, or do y'all, hey, we got to go out and eat every meal?
Depends on how long we're going to be there. If it's just a couple days,
Yeah.
we'll eat out. But if it's going to be, if we're there for over 4 or 5 days, we're definitely.
Well, but think about.
I think we ought to start doing things like HelloFresh, having it meet us there.
Well,
serious business.
I hate going in the grocery store.
Yeah.
I do too.
It's just a main.
Yeah. Let's really test out some of these companies and see if they can do that. But if you think about my world, I'm leaving Sunday morning. It's 7.5-hour drive. We're not getting there till Sunday late afternoon. He's got 2 games on Sunday that we're trying to make, and then we're leaving Thursday morning. We're really not there, but just Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, because Thursday's travel and Sunday is as well.
Yeah.
So we're not there so long that you can just go buy groceries, because then you got to get them all home. Yeah. And you're like, oh, we got to have a cooler for all the frozen stuff. It's going to go bad. Yeah, and so you don't want that. So you go and you just try to get just enough. Now, one thing I didn't mention is we surprised JC with his girlfriend going with us.
So she ended up going. Okay.
And there was you talking about a surprise. So she was she plays softball.
That changed the entire trip for Greg. Did you see his response and countenance? They just changed completely.
You can't pass gas, stuff like that.
Right.
That was your first thought?
Yeah. I did apologize to her as we got in the car headed that way. I said, now, I do talk out loud to stupid drivers. I want you to know that.
Yeah, we all do.
I apologize for that, but sometimes I will just go, what are you doing? And I apologize. That's something I got to work on. But he met her at college. She plays softball there, and so they've been seeing each other for quite some time. And she was working a tournament where a lot of times these big, huge travel tournaments, you have to have people that's taking up money, that's helping run the tournament, all that kind of stuff. Well, she does that on the weekends.
Okay,
and so she had a weekend tournament that she couldn't get out of, so she wasn't going. So he doesn't think she's coming. And then all of a sudden, this tropical storm comes through and rains. Let's go back to last weekend. You remember how hard it was raining?
Oh, yeah.
Well, if you don't
completely ruined my weekend.
If you don't have a turf field set up, you're done. So her tournament got canceled that she was working. Well, JC didn't know that. He thought she still wasn't coming. So anyway, we contact her Saturday late, and she's like, "Hey, I'm not working." And we're like, "Do you think we can keep this from him?" She said, "I think we can." So we show up to the baseball game. And they're over there hitting in the cages and stuff, and we show up and we're standing there. We're way off, but we're standing there just getting trying to figure out where everything is and what field is he playing on and all this kind of stuff. And he looks up and sees us standing there with her, and his face was like, "Oh wow, y'all got me. I had no idea that she was with y'all." So anyway, she's a pleasure to be around.
Couldn't believe it.
No, she's really fun to be around, and so she was with us the entire week. But you get there and now it's time to eat, and it's we got stuff at the little condo, but then we don't have enough, and so we need to go to the grocery store. But are we getting stuff for one meal? And I realized that half our drama here is what the heck are we eating?
Yeah.
And you can't wait to the last second to go eat anything, because you can't get in.
Yeah.
Now, half of it is, and I'm talking about a small portion of it is COVID. But in South Carolina at Myrtle Beach, very few things are open inside, okay? Everything is just drive-through only. So if that's your only option and you've got tourists coming from all over the place and they're all converging on one city, then you've got to handle anytime you want something as simple as fast food. The other reason for indoor dining is because they don't have enough employees to staff it.
Yeah.
So they're like, well, we can't. We got 3 people working. Okay, I got 1 working the drive-through, and I got 2 cooks, and that's about it. And I got maybe a manager that's going back and forth, running crazy. So we can't service people inside. We're just going to make everybody mad, because now we're in here and we can't serve you, and now everybody out there, we can't serve them either. So we're going drive-through only. But if this piece of paper is the building of the drive-through, and this corner is the drive-through window, it would wrap around the building, okay, and go down and around and out the road and be on the road stopping a lane of traffic to try to get in. Yes.
Pack of crackers.
Yeah. I'm talking, and you think
I'm not sitting in it.
No, I'm not.
Y'all, you think I'm kidding when I say there'd be average over 15 to 20 cars in line. All right? And yes, that's right. None of them Chick-fil-A. so you know what kind of service we got there.
There a minute.
And so you go, all right, well, this is 30 minutes right here.
Yeah.
I'm not doing this. Who would do this?
Yeah,
I'm not doing this. Yeah. So then you go, well, now what are we doing? Well, let's go here and eat. Well, then you go, and it's like, yes, that's a 3 to 4 hour wait if you want to come in. 3 to 4 hours? What are you talking about? So we finally realized that you really have to work 3 to 4 hours ahead of whatever you want to eat. So we finally realized
it's not worth it.
At 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
You're not even hungry yet.
And you can't call and get on any list. And most of them don't do carry out because I guess they're getting burnt on that. People are ordering and not picking it up. I don't know what the deal is with that. But so you basically have to get in the car, drive to wherever you're going, walk in, go to the receptionist and the hostess and say, Wilburn party of whatever. And they go, well, it's a 4 hour wait. And we go, that's fine. And then they look at you like, really? It's fine? And it's like, oh, yeah, we got the system down now. Okay, we'll text you when your table's ready, but you got 10 minutes to get here. 10 minutes? Yeah. All right, so we can't go too far.
Yeah.
All right, so then we get on the list, and then we go on with our day, and then we get a text, hey, your table's close to being ready, so then you kind of ease back into that little area.
You have to drop what you're doing and get over there.
But that's the only way you're going to eat anywhere for lunch and dinner. And most places there aren't even open for lunch. Most indoor dining places, they go, the heck with lunch, we're going to open up at 2 or 3. And they only serve dinner. Well, but we finally figured it out.
We're a big eat out people. Like our family probably eat out too much. But I have noticed a trend in our house over the last 3 or 4 weeks where we've gone HelloFresh for the entire week.
Yeah, yeah.
And there's a lot of companies, but that we've dialed in on HelloFresh. Right. And restaurants are having to raise their prices to keep their business open.
Right.
Can't find anybody to work, so the service is horrible.
Yeah.
And then these wait times that we're talking about, when you add that up and you got a family of 4 or 5, it's not worth it.
Right.
And restaurants they're gonna end up shutting down because of it. You better get people back to work.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
It is about 7 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you for tuning in to the kickoff hour. We're just sitting around shooting the bull, hanging out, recapping just a little bit of Myrtle Beach and the drama behind. I told Terry our last day, if it wasn't for food, I'd have a really good time here.
Yeah, if I didn't have to eat.
Right. If I could just move around and not have to eat and I didn't need food, that would take out a lot of hassle. Now, I'm getting a lot of emails. Hey, we're going to Myrtle Beach. We're heading there. Myrtle Beach is known for hosting a lot of like Youth World Series and different things because they got that Ripken facility, and so you get a lot of that. I mean, every week it's another little World Series coming through. So I'm getting a lot of emails from people that are headed over in coming weeks. I'll just say, be strategic on when you want to get through Atlanta. I learned that from Greg years ago.
Yes.
And when it comes to eating out, just think ahead. Get on a waiting list mid-afternoon so you can eat at dinner time, and take food to either cook in the kitchen or get to the grocery store when you get there because even drive-through lines are wrapped around buildings. Have you ever been to a McDonald's where an employee comes out and waves his hands and says, "No more, we can't take any more"? Have you ever?
Never.
I'm talking about Golden Arches. Have you ever?
They've never.
It happened to me. I start getting out. It's raining. That system. We were chasing the system as it came through the southeast because it kind of ended up going over towards the east coast. So we're chasing the system the entire Sunday, and it gets to Sunday night, and we hadn't had time to go to the grocery store because we try to get in just in time for his doubleheader. So we really hadn't even had time to check in. So this is all happening really late at night, and I venture out stupidly thinking that I'm gonna, go to some drive-through, and I pulled up to and there were so many cars at the drive-through that he said, "No more. We're running out. We're running out of food, and we can't take any more. See you later." I'm like, I've never had that happen to me, but there was this one moment where it's just the two of us. It's just me and Terry. She wanted to go by. They got this big Tanger outlet place and all this stuff, and so she wanted to go do that, and it was a little overcast. The weather wasn't great. We got to go to the beach one day, and it was so windy, sand was blowing in your face and all this. I really didn't like the beach that day.
We were caught off guard by your text being a beach rat. About not being reminded about how much you don't.
Well, we battled. Terry can go sit her chair down in the sand and stay there all day. I'll go and I can stay a couple hours, and I'm like, all right, that's it. What else are we doing? So that was a tough day there. But so this one day we're going and we go through the little outlet place, and we're getting little stuff and want to get Reese something and everything. And so she's like, "Hey, I am starving." Well, guess what? We didn't think ahead. So now we know, we've been there for days. We know we can't get in anywhere.
Yeah.
We got half the places on the little billboards out front. We don't open till 3. Now hiring because of understaff, only open for dinner. I mean, you see, that's all you see. Well, we saw this buffet, and I'm like, well, buffets aren't going to have lines. You know what I mean? So it was a seafood buffet, and I'm like, I'll tear up some seafood. Big, nice Captain George's seafood buffet or something. I don't know the name of it.
Captain George.
I went with Captain George.
And there's
I like that.
This lady, I mean, now we're tired. We're in T-shirt, shorts. We're about done. It's the day before we're leaving. It's a late lunch, and she's standing at the entrance, and she's got a camera. And I'm like, well, this is weird. She says, "Stand right there, please. Let me take your picture." And I'm like, "Take our picture?" "Oh, it's free. Don't worry about it. You can get it as you leave. It's just complimentary picture." So we stand there, and I'm sure it looks great.
Yeah.
All right, so we stand there, and then we walk in, and it is just a sea of people. And I'm like, where did all these people come from? And there's staff running everywhere. And the first lady comes up and goes, "Now, do you have a coupon?" And I'm like, "A coupon? No, we don't have a coupon. I just want to eat." She goes, "Okay, well, follow me." So we go and we sit down, and I'm like, I've noticed that we got crab legs, we got steak, what have we walked into? We just finally found a place where it's not a 3-hour wait. It's like come in and sit down. It's like being at home, you know? So we sit down, and JC calls me, and he's with his girlfriend and some other teammates, and they had gone and done their little thing, and they're with, I don't know where they're over by Ripley's something.
They're at Captain Cliffs.
Yeah. And we told him where we were, and he said, "Oh no, do y'all know how much that is?" And we're like, "What are you talking about?" He goes, "It's $45, maybe $50 a person for the buffet." And I looked at Terry, or Terry said,
I think I pay it.
"Huh?"
Crab legs.
Well,
no, that's probably
But I'm
worth
just
it.
saying because I've been,
Right.
I'm so
Lobster,
done with trying to
crab
find
leg.
somewhere
Yeah.
to eat.
I know. So we've already been served water.
That's probably why there's so many people in there. They're desperate.
We've already been served water, and the guy comes over, and I noticed that, you know, I just noticed that Terry, when she was talking with JC, I couldn't hear what he was saying. Her face changed, and she goes, "It's almost like $50 a person," and she says, "I'm not paying $100 for lunch." Well, you know, all I want is just something small because we're tiding ourselves over because it's already like 2:00. And she's like, "I just want to tide ourselves over for dinner. I don't want." And she said, "I'm about to ask them how much, if this is right." I said, "Please don't ask the waiter how much this is, honey. Please don't do that. Let me handle this." And I'm like, and I thought to myself, if the guys could see me with my,
And this is not helping your cheap reputation.
right? And I'm saying,
at all.
He was busting
Yeah.
at them
yeah,
doors.
yeah. And I said, if they could see me, they would be laughing and raising on me. She asked the waiter, "Hey, can I ask you a question? How much is the buffet?"
Oh my!
And the person told him, "It's $45 a person." She said, "Well, we're not doing that. Can we leave?" And I said, "Oh my gosh." We get
But if he
up.
said you couldn't leave.
We get up and walk out of the place, and all we had is water. Didn't even drink it, so we hadn't been served or anything.
Did you get your complimentary picture?
No, I walked
Yeah.
right past it. On the exit is turn here to get your picture. I said, "Honey, do not get the picture. We're out of
That's
here."
an expensive picture.
Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Thank you for being with us. It is a brand new hour, and we are going to start this as we have done, unless I have forget, which I've done a couple times since 9/11. But we play the national anthem. It is 8 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, and thank you for being with us. We've got most of the gang back today, but we're missing two. Bubba out and Adler out today. Because that's what a mama did. Yeah. And you know I'm fired up when I play some deep cut Tom Petty. Put up with it. Great. Where you put this one? Deep cut. I don't know. What? She sings in her, you know, because she always liked to sing.
I gotta be in the mood.
Listen right here. I wish you the best of everything. Ever to anything. What do you say, boys? But listen, Mama Greg, wherever you are tonight, get a better attitude about it. Wish you the best of everything in the world. And I'll say, oh, honey. And I'll, honey, I will find it. Sing it right here. Whatever you were looking for. I thought it'd be something a little deep cut. That's good. All right, so we don't have Bubba today. Bubba is going to see his daughter, who's interning in Washington D.C. I've got a text from Bubba. Looks like he got off to a bit of a rough start. Nothing to do with the airlines. All that went smooth. We were worried about that. But he said that he and Betty have had a bit of a brush up because he told her carry-on would not fit in the overhead container, and she disagreed with him. But when they got on the plane, it did not fit, as Bubba had predicted, and it held the whole plane up. So it's off to a bit of a rocky start there.
Held them up.
A little bit of a rocky start.
So everybody's looking at him mean.
Yeah, Adler also, next week it'll be best of shows. Bubba and I will be off. Adler will be off. And so YouTube, you will not have live next week. It'll all be archive stuff you'll need to go back and watch because there won't be a live show. There'll be a best of show. But you have to go find your own best of stuff. Or if you're a YouTube person that has other options, that you just prefer YouTube. I mean, you can still listen to the best of shows in our TuneIn app if you don't have an affiliate. That's a free download. You can do that. You can listen to the podcast archives of the best of shows. Those will be there too. So you have other options than YouTube, but there will be no live show on the YouTube next week as is normal on the vacation. So so the guys are kind of rotating around to give you some best of shows, but Speedy has found his way back, as you heard, if you were listening to the kickoff hour or watching the kickoff hour. Speedy has come back from vacation. Hey, Speedy.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, so you'll get a one day with everybody, then there'll be the lonesome best of show next week.
That's right.
It's a kind of a lonesome feeling, isn't it, when you're up here with the best of show?
Well, yeah, it comes with its pressure because it's on you. If you don't wake up and get here, you have nobody's your caddy.
Yep.
You don't have anybody flying cover. It's just you.
If you sleep late, it's bad.
It is.
Well,
it is.
If you get caught on the interstate in traffic.
Right.
On that note, yesterday, if you ever, I'm a big fan of the things that shouldn't happen and then the things that can't happen.
Mm-hmm.
And the can't happen list is, how about this? It just can't happen. There's things that shouldn't happen, but everybody's going to be okay. But then there's things that can't happen. And so I made the mistake yesterday, and it was just a mistake, and I've been informed of it. My wife had to be in an appointment yesterday, was meeting someone for breakfast and on to an appointment. This is not what you want. Yesterday, during the show, when we do the show live, 7:17 a.m.
Uh-oh.
Why did you turn my alarm off? I have an appointment this morning.
Oh, no.
Now, I will say this, and I'm just going to give you the whole conversation. I said, I'm sorry, I didn't know I did. It was accidental. I was likely half awake, hitting buttons. Hope I didn't mess you up too bad. Please forgive me. Because I get up, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I wake up, boom. Or sometimes I'm already awake, and I cut the alarm off before it goes off because I'm already up. But then there's those times where it literally pulls you out of.
And you're like,
you could be running around in a field of flowers.
Right.
For some reason, with former President Reagan, and all of a sudden you'll be pulled out of such sleep you don't know what's going on. You're just hitting,
flipping
tapping.
the clock upside down.
And it was one of those days. You ever picked it up and looked at it?
Yes.
Just stared at it.
Woke up.
And then she lets me know, and then came this one. A little shot over the bow.
Uh-oh.
What if I turned your alarm off by accident? I came back. I said it would be bad, but I would forgive you.
Yeah.
The
word accident is the key word.
Great response.
Because I know you wouldn't do that on purpose. I know you don't intend to hassle me or cause me harm. Again, I'm very sorry.
There would be no reason for you to shut my alarm off on purpose.
Again, I'm very sorry. It was a mistake, though I acknowledge it's on the can't happen list.
Okay.
And then I came back and said, and if it was me, I would likely make a big fuss over you that night to make you not feel so bad about it. And let me tell you something. I would make sure that you were treated like a queen the rest of the day.
Okay.
So you went and threw that in there?
Yeah. She sent back, I'm fine, exclamation point.
Oh.
So, and then I sent back, I hate to be a bip. None of us want to be a bip.
No, who wants that?
So,
shut it off.
But I didn't it's not like I went, well, I wonder why this is on, and took it off. Right. I mean, I was slapping it around. I accidentally
there's no scenario where you purposely turn it off.
Yeah, I didn't get up and say, I'll tell you one thing, I'm going to mess her day up.
Yeah. She looks tired. I don't want her to get up.
But let me be clear. I acknowledge it's on the can't happen list. Yeah. I mean, you can't cut somebody's alarm off if they've got a day ahead of them, but they could oversleep. You can't do that to people.
Nope.
Yeah, and you can't be late. I got it. But
that's why I go 2 alarms on anything.
But hey, you want a show to take a turn when a text like that comes in from your wife that you've done something that's messed everything up.
Yeah.
It's a terrible feeling.
It is.
Nobody wants to do it. So out ahead today, I want you guys to know we will have an update. I don't know if y'all know this. Our friend Scott Dawson and the Scott Dawson Evangelistic Association.
Wow.
Association.
I'm fired up. Yeah. I've already fired myself twice today.
First segment.
The Scott Dawson Evangelistic Association, did you know they actually went into Las Vegas and did a big citywide deal, had Crowder in concert and Lecrae, and they went and did one of these big events, but in Vegas, Sin City.
Yeah.
So we'll get an update on how that went. Gary the Bulldozer Man will check in today.
Oh, no.
Hey, if you want me to, I mean, I know Bubba ain't there tomorrow. You want me to call something in? So I had an encounter with him and my nephew yesterday, and we have the giant game of Rick and Bubba knowledge today.
Okay.
Somebody's going to win today. I mean, how well do you know Rick and Bubba? So we got a lot going on.
Yep.
And we'll unpack that. Then the headlines, too. I know. My goodness, every day you get up and look at the headlines, you're like, what in the world's happening? So all that's out there. I'll also recap yesterday, my nephew decided he'd spend the day with Uncle Rick.
How about that?
And he did. So we'll talk about that. 15 minutes past. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't
All right, so 21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. All right, so Bubba is on a plane. He's leaving on a jet plane. So now some people are trying to tie something together that Bubba is leaving for D.C. because they're going to announce the UFO stuff.
Yeah.
Is this part of the UFO announcement that Bubba's got?
He's going. He's got the inside.
That
Rick.
Bubba's got to be there.
Full disclosure, featuring Bill Bubba.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Hey, you think though he's
Maybe
not,
on the committee.
well, let me tell you something. we
Silent member.
Well, we know how Bubba is a mover and a shaker in the
Right.
political world.
Oh, yeah, right.
You think he's not drawn back like a flip right now going to D.C.?
Oh, Rick.
Would you like to have been there though when Betty shut the plane down and got her on pause with her overhead that he said was going to be too big and she said it wasn't,
And it was.
and it was. So
I'd like dude like Gaylord Falker when he was trying to stuff his in there. Remember, he kept refusing. He was banging on it because he wasn't going to let him have it.
That's so good. All right, so yesterday, Greg can attest this. Our nephew is, he is a unique character, one Reese Morgan.
Yeah.
And so he is, and he has no problem, which I like his aggressiveness. This is the funniest thing. So he comes up. We got together for Father's Day, and he started talking about he wanted to go to the farm. He wanted to spend some time with Sherry and me and the boys and all that. And of course, his mother said, "Hey, we don't invite ourselves to people's house and spend the night, whatever." And he goes, "Well, if I don't invite myself, I mean, how am I ever going to get invited?" And so
That's a great point.
if they don't come up with it on their own, and so I was like,
Because you wouldn't have known he felt that way.
Yeah,
if
yeah.
you hadn't said it.
Yeah.
Isn't that you didn't want him, but you wouldn't have known.
Well, he's also hitting that age now where he's 12, which is he's right on that bridge of we're still cool or not cool, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And
You're almost not cool.
Yeah,
You're
so
really close. Close.
So he set out a day yesterday that as soon as I got done with the podcast, it was me and my nephew. It was me and Reese Morgan, and it was all things Uncle Rick. So we ate wherever he wanted to eat, which I thought an interesting choice there, by the way. Outback.
Okay.
So
all right.
So he told me, you know how funny he is. He said, Uncle Rick, he said, we're going to order the cheese fries with bacon. And he goes, and I'm just going to tell you something. If you act like you don't like them, then you're not really a man of God because you'd be lying. And I'm like, I thought, what a twist that was. Yeah, well, all right, Reese. Well, I'll tell you. Meaning there's no way you won't like them. I know you'll be messing with me.
Yeah.
So anyway.
Don't lie.
Yeah, so we did that. And then he's sitting there and he goes, tell you what, I'd like to go by and see the Rick and Bubba studios. And I said, well, Uncle Greg is there. And he said, even better. and I said, well, you've never seen the studio? I thought maybe he'd been by here at least once. Or,
Yeah.
He goes, no, I've never been in there. And he goes, and then of course, because of his age, he said, I'd also like to see who does the YouTube channel. I said, okay, well, I'll introduce you to 180 Van Outlet.
Okay.
And so anyway,
Check.
I've done the funny, unique stuff like that. So then I said, and then from there, I said, we're on to the farm. And he said, and there was a moment that I've captured a picture of, because we're worried about where this country's going. Mm-hmm. And it's our part to try to see what we could do. Now I want to tell every Karen before I show this picture on our YouTube channel. I didn't even post it yesterday because I know Karen's out there. I'm so tired of Karen's. By the way, one Reese Morgan had on a T-shirt yesterday that said, back up, Karen.
Where do you get that?
Okay, which I thought was hilarious.
That is
Love
hilarious.
this kid.
Yeah, so anyway, but then he shifted to this shirt after he came by the studio, okay? Look at that right there. When you have a little boy on a four-wheeler, and I'm sitting there, I just looked, but now I'm going to explain this picture to the Karens before y'all start on me. Look at that. He's got a Team Rick and Bubba shirt on the back. It has Rise, Kill, and Eat.
I love it.
And you see a kid out there in the outdoors. That kid right there is riding around with Rise, Kill, and Eat on the back on the back of his shirt. And I thought there was just a hopeful moment.
Yeah.
When I looked up and I saw that. Now, Karen, the kid is learning how to ride a four-wheeler. We're just doing a circle around in front of the barn. When we decided to ride a little bit with Uncle Rick up and down, he has a helmet. We're parking the four-wheelers. Mm-hmm. We're riding the four-wheelers over to, if you'll notice, to the barn to put them up. Okay? So I don't want to, I can't believe you got that little barn. I got a helmet on. And so Karen, I didn't even post it because I knew. Well, I'm a little disappointed he didn't have a helmet on. Mm-hmm. Okay, so Karen, back up. You don't know what we're doing. My life ain't none of your business. Okay? I'm not putting my nephew in danger I wouldn't even let it come out of second gear where he'd learn how to handle it and ride around in front of the barn a little bit. Okay, so I don't want to hear about that. I'm get so tired of that.
Oh,
hey,
sure.
here's an idea, guys. Don't put things out on social media if you don't know what anybody's doing.
Yeah.
You know, if you'd like to offer an email, would you? Hey, I saw that picture of that. Hey, so going on right here, it looks like this. Is that what's going on? Don't just throw something out there like you know what's going on. You don't know. You know, because unfortunately, you can't reason that the kids pointed toward the barn and we park them on the side of the barn. We're headed in. They
never think the best of the situation.
No,
That's always worse.
I'm very disappointed. I'm very disappointed. See here, I have it on.
I wish I could see his look if you can.
That's exactly how they would sound if you could hear them.
Yeah.
Did y'all not have a life of your own?
Thank you,
I don't
Rick.
know. I don't know what these people do all day.
Did anybody ever tell you when you were growing up that nobody likes tattletales? Nobody likes these people.
No.
Nobody likes Mrs. Kravitz.
No.
Well, that's the reason they're having to go to social media to do it now because they don't have any friends.
Yeah, I know you got the
Nobody
homeowner-
wants to be around them.
I know. You know why you're doing the homeowners association? Because none of the rest of us care about this. You know, you live for this kind of stuff. Okay. Well, what's next? You don't have a mask on? While we're outside at the farm, who knows where the nearest person is? But then I sent this picture to my sister yesterday, the next one, and I said, then the day took a turn.
Oh my goodness!
Then the day
Uncle Gary.
Gary shows up because he can sense I was there. We're out riding around in just the ATV because I was letting him drive it too if that's okay with Karen. Mm-hmm. You know the little cart which he's enjoying. And so anyway, but I'm sitting in there with him, teaching him how to drive it, you know, like uncles are supposed to. Mm-hmm. Of course, if I was, you know, the uncles we grew up with, I would have been driving the Ram 1500.
Yeah, you would.
You know what I mean? I mean, but anyway.
Away to the junkyard.
Yeah, but and so all of a sudden text, hey, you down here? And I said, yeah, the reason why I know is I've been working over here for 8 straight days. You know, Gary always wants you to know that.
Yeah, right.
And of course,
daily count.
Yeah. So, of course, he hides and scares Reese to death as we come back to the barn.
Did you have any rubber snakes?
Yeah, all that.
Yeah.
I said, Reese,
He just pulled all the little pranks out.
right. And he's like, hey, he said, hey, I'll take you a little ride around on there in the 4-wheeler. I said, no, that's not going to happen. That is not going to happen. Get up here on the back of it. I said, no, you're not supposed to be on the back of it, Gary. I do not ride do not. He's like, I think I want to ride on there. I said, we can ride with Gary. That's the end of it. There'll be no Gary ride.
They'd come back and Reese would have his sleeves cut out of his shirt.
Right, yeah. And I told him,
How'd you do that?
I said, don't.
Gary showed me.
I said, don't be around Gary. He said, well, I can't be around Gary.
Don't be around Gary?
This was the line of the day. Okay, he wanted to take his hat off. I said, no, you need to keep your hat on. And he says, well, Gary ain't got a hat on. I said, yeah, look what happened. Gary looked at me and goes, hey.
Didn't take long, did it?
It sure didn't. More Rick and Bubba coming up. It's bottom of the hour. Thank you for being with us today.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Bubba and Adler out. The next time you'll have the entire team back together will be July the 6th. HelixSleep.com/Bubba, teaming up with the Rick and Bubba Show. And we love HelixSleep.com/Bubba. The real Greg Burgess and his wife Lisa went to HelixSleep.com/Bubba and followed the process. And the fact that Greg did this tells you it's no big deal.
That's right. Because if it had been any hassle at all, you know me, about midway through I'd have bailed.
Yeah, well, I'm
said just send me whatever.
Yeah, but Greg would not do that.
I love the Helix mattress. But I could drink this cup of coffee I have right now and go lay down and fall sound asleep.
Oh, you couldn't.
Yeah, I could.
Well,
it's that good.
Let me tell you, this is what's cool about it is they customize the mattress to the way you sleep. Are you someone that sleeps on your side? You need to tell them that. You sleep on a combination of stomach and side. That's what I am, by the way. Maybe you sleep on your back. Maybe you like a soft, medium, or firm mattress. They want to know these basic things, and then they customize this mattress. And by the way, this mattress has been voted the #1 best overall mattress by GQ and Wired magazine. So it's an easy 2-minute online quiz, and they send it, Greg, directly to the door. What's the hassle on the setup?
Nothing. You just pop the box open and watch it come to life right there in front of you. Throw it up there on the box spring.
Ready to go.
Something like that. You cut it loose. 5 minutes.
10-year warranty, 100-day free trial, meaning you can send it back if you decide you don't want it.
How about that?
So anyway, and that's it. And we're going to save you $200 by going to HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Get an amazing sleep. Go to HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Also, there's a link at RickandBubba.com right there under the sponsors button. All right, so Calvin, Speedy, Wilburn, you were back. I didn't even know you were back today. That's how much
Burgess.
I was paying attention. Well, I got a lot
we
going on.
told you that.
I didn't.
You
I
don't
was
listen.
several
You never
times.
listen to us.
Thanks, Sherry. But
Between Helms and I, we told you, 10 times?
At least.
no way, 10.
Yeah. Well, and we're including,
7.
and granted, I know you don't listen to the kickoff hour
Okay.
a lot of times.
I'll give you that.
Yeah, because
Those were, I would say, it a couple of times
Right.
each show that he would be back on
Right.
Friday.
Now,
but I give you a pass on that. But in the room, we've told you several times.
and I told you before I left, but that's fine.
Well,
Rick,
oh,
I
no
even
way I
said
was
it.
listening.
Rick, I called it out on air yesterday when you said he wouldn't be back till later on.
Yeah, that's the one I found out.
Hey, I'll apologize. I actually did tell you, but you were looking at your phone because you're getting chewed at about turning the alarm off. You probably didn't hear me.
Greg, it's hard to hear things while your ear's being chewed.
Yeah.
But anyway, look, nobody wants to do
I'm going to
anything.
give you a pass on that.
Yeah, I just wasn't paying attention to it. And because you have to admit, it's kind of odd for somebody to go on vacation and not do Friday. I mean, it's kind of weird.
It is.
Yeah,
I don't know
right.
why I really even did that.
Well,
but,
you thought you had a remote yesterday.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
That brought you back.
Yeah.
And that got moved.
Yeah.
Oh, it
We
did.
were going to Myrtle Beach till Thursday anyway, but I did have a remote at dinner time Thursday, got moved to next Thursday.
That hurt.
So I was already back, and I don't know. I just was thinking I'll be back today, and then y'all on vacation.
Well,
so.
I'll tell you what it is. When anybody's out, then the team doesn't operate at the same level because we're a small group, we're a small company, so everybody matters.
Yeah.
We're not one of those companies where you go, oh, who cares?
Yeah, we got
The Earl's
30
out
Yeah.
this week, nobody even notices.
Yeah.
But here, everybody has a lot to do, multiple jobs, so. We still do it, but it doesn't move as smooth as normal.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so anyway, you felt an obligation to get back.
I was like, well, I'm back. Well,
Right.
What else am I? I
Right.
mean,
Of course,
We're a couple men down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And today, if
definitely.
you had not been here today, we'd be missing 3 members.
Right.
And you probably thought about that.
Yeah, I did.
But I'll admit, yesterday when we were all telling you, don't worry about it, that hurt probably.
Yeah. I said
At that
wow.
point, there wasn't no way you
I'm going to
would
be
come
honest
out.
with you. I didn't mean it.
Yeah. Greg didn't mean it. Did you mean it?
I was actually texting him without y'all saying your butt better be here
Yeah,
because
okay.
I'm tired of you being gone.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was sincere because it didn't really affect me.
Right. And Greg wrote me a poem that's going to be next hour.
I wrote him a poem called "How Much We Miss You."
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm kidding.
For 3 days, Rick, I kept telling myself, just get to Thursday about
Right.
1 or 2 o'clock, and everything will kind of get back to normal. You won't have to get up at 3:30 and get up at
I see.
4:15.
I see.
So
Okay.
see, my
Big hassle for everybody else.
mindset was really in a place
Yeah.
where,
Yeah.
wow, so this is going to change my world tomorrow.
Yeah, my deal was it's only one day, and I'm on vacation next week, so I could have I could have
You
pushed
get-
through.
who
cares?
Yeah.
Who
All
cares?
kidding aside, I didn't tell him he better be in, but I'm glad he is here.
I was going to write you a poem, but I could not find a word that rhymes with bald.
I know it's
all
tough.
right.
Have you ever tried that?
It was hard.
I'm glad
Wow, I'm trying to think of words now.
Greg wrote me one. I'm glad you're back, but it's to hey little person. Think of that. It's hey, I'm glad you're back.
Well, and you're patriotic.
Oh, here we go.
USA.
The Olympics are coming. I said, you know how he loves the Olympics. That's right. State's still rolling.
But anyway, all right. So we're going to talk this segment and probably the next.
Yeah. Mauled. You could have used mauled.
Mauled. Yeah, that's true. But boy, how do you work that in a point?
Uncalled.
I don't mauled know. Is not. Normally, it's not a good thing happening.
Scald.
Scald.
All right, so
I need to text my dad.
Greg, I want everybody to hear because
enthralled.
I don't know that that would have been good.
That's the one.
I don't know that anyone would
good
be
Lord.
On our team is bothered by what you said to me as much as I would be.
Yeah,
because for me to get in a line and wait is very, very difficult.
Right.
And if it comes to restaurants, I've already established that my minimum wait time is 30 minutes.
Lisa called me out the other day.
My maximum.
If we go to a drive-thru and there's like 4 cars or more, I'm out.
Oh yeah.
And she made a great point. We needed something to eat. I said, I'm not. She goes, why are you not getting that line? Well, where are we going?
Right.
We got nowhere to be.
Right. Because you just can't
get in the line, and I reluctantly did. But
I fully understand that.
Yeah.
So for me, my maximum wait time at a restaurant is 30 minutes,
and that's my way. That's my max, and it's Terry's max as well.
Okay.
And to your point on drive-thrus, I'm the same way with drive-thrus. But if you're in Myrtle Beach and you have that I guess guideline, you're not going to eat. Not if you want to go out.
No, you're right.
Because of we're paying everybody to stay at home and nobody can find employees.
Right.
Between that and some states still having some COVID leftover mandates, you can't find hardly any indoor dining. And when you do, you have such a wait because they're so understaffed.
Oh, it's awful.
That you have to plan ahead hours before you ever want to eat. And the Wilburns, we kind of move fast. We're not big planners as far as, hey, we're going to eat tonight, but where exactly do you want to eat? Well, we might throw up a couple of different options. But there was one option that Terry said, and I'll give you this. Terry's not high maintenance on, I want to do, but there was one thing she said I want to make sure we do before we leave. And I'm like, what's that? She said, I want to eat at Paula Dean's Family Kitchen.
Yeah, she did.
And that is at, I think it's called the Broadway, and that's her holding the menu there. That's after about I think it got to about a 3 hour and 40-minute wait.
Say that again.
3 hours.
3:40. Now it was a 4 hour wait when they told us. When we
Can I tell you this, Speedy? You realize in radio that's a shift.
I know.
That's the entire show.
I can almost get to the beach by the time we were waiting. Okay.
Wow. Right, but keep in mind the show just started, and you will not eat till we're doing commercials and promos.
And you're going to wait.
Right. So.
Greg.
I know, and here's the problem is in order to get on a list, you have to go in. You can't call and have reservations or whatever. You have to physically go to the location, sign up, and then they tell you how long the wait is. Well, we had heard rumors, and then it's that I don't know what it is. Do y'all get nervous when you go up and ask how long the wait is?
Yes, because I dread what you're going to say.
Oh, I don't even want to think about it.
How long's the wait?
I'd like to know if I want to eat at Paula Dean's Kitchen. Yeah, what are you going to say?
Now, we only had a party of 2. These other families.
Wait a minute. You had to wait 3 hours and 40 minutes on a party of 2?
Yes. These other families that had 5
crazy.
or 6 people, I think they had tents camped out.
But, they were like tailgating.
But we finally figured out the system, and it was a day and a half before we left, and that is figure out where you want to go eat. Then somebody has got to go sign up at like maybe 1 or 2 in the afternoon so you can eat at dinner time.
Unbelievable.
But if you wait till 4, 5 o'clock to go and just get on a list, then you won't eat.
So what?
Well, now Rick, he found one restaurant, but when he found out it was $45 a head, he got up and left.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
I'll have to go over that. That was a very embarrassing moment.
Oh, that was another word I couldn't think of. How to rhyme cheap. But go ahead. Rick. No, go ahead.
So,
cheap and bald
so anyway, so Terry said, I just want to go to Paula Dean's Family Kitchen and I want to eat. Well, I didn't know that it was a family-style setting where you go and you sit down finally, and you get to pick from like 3 or 4 main dishes. So like it might be you got fried chicken, we got catfish, we got ribs, we got
oxtail,
chicken and dumplings, and you can pick 2 to 3 of those, depending on what you wanted. So
we picked family style.
We picked 3, and then you get 4 sides. And it can it can be from creamed corn to
Greens.
mac and cheese,
Turnip
greens, all this kind of stuff. And they keep bringing that out till you can't eat anymore.
I like it.
So, so once you said this is what I want,
This is what I want.
Catfish sitting there.
It's all you
Good
can eat.
night.
Yeah, it's all you can eat until you can't eat anymore. And then on top of that, we got dessert. That's part of the deal. So after you eat and you can't eat anymore and you're tapping out, hey, what you want for dessert? And we're going to keep bringing that till you can't eat anymore.
What?
But the deal is you can't take any leftovers out.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you just eat till you can't
who
eat.
would
And
want
we
that?
ate and we ate and we ate and we realized we don't just gorge ourselves a whole lot, but we sat there and ate till we could not eat anymore. And we waddled.
Well, you waited 4 hours. for it.
we hardly couldn't even get out of the place.
I have one more question.
That's good.
When you're given a 4-hour wait, what then do you do?
Okay, well,
I need to know that.
well, because I was trying to get my mind around it because I'm not going to sit somewhere for 4 hours.
Yeah,
and
because
wait.
I've just moved my trip to Myrtle Beach to 2023.
right.
Because we got to get through this.
Yeah.
This.
I'll tell you what they told us and how long you got to get back when they tell you your table's ready.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba show. No Bubba today. No Adler. The gang will all be back together on July the 6th. That's the first day we'll have everybody on the team on the field. Look for the best of shows next week and enjoy those. All right, so we're talking to Speedy about his trip. He just got back from his vacation, Myrtle Beach. He tried to eat at Paula Dean's restaurant. Mm-hmm. It was the one thing that his wife wanted to do, and being a good husband, he's like, let's go all in. And then he finds out that the wait will be 4 hours.
Yes, 4 hours. And so you try to get your mind around that because
I can't.
I was like, how long? And the lady that she's got her little iPad out, and she's looking around, and she says, and she even announces, "Hey everybody," because you can't. The door stays.
Hey everybody.
Well, they do everything with "Hey y'all."
Oh sure.
Hey y'all. The door.
Okay with that?
I know that was going to get on Greg's nerves. I haven't thought about Greg while I was standing in there.
I do.
So the door is staying open. There's so many people wanting to get in. Forget opening and closing the door. Just have the door open, and people are just kind of coming through. And she says, "Hey, y'all.
I need a temperature.
I just want you to know right now, it's a 4-hour wait. 4 hours.
Hey, y'all.
And then you have a few that go, that's fine with me. And then everybody's like, 4 hours? Did he say 4 hours? And they turn around and they walk out.
I'm out.
Right?
Is it hot?
I would be right there.
No. It's very nice. Now it's 2-story. The one in Myrtle Beach. Now I know there's some there's
Savannah,
different locations. Yeah.
Same way 2 stories in Savannah.
2
Greg,
stories.
you've been there. Did you have to wait 4 hours?
No.
Okay.
The main you walk in and think of it's just a gift shop that is just full of
All things Paula Dean.
cookbooks, we got aprons, we got coffee mugs, we got keychains, we got bags, and I just want to say bravo to Paula Dean. I mean, I
It's like that time I was applauding Reese Witherspoon.
Yes.
And I couldn't.
Yes, right.
Look,
I mean,
hey, how about this? You're taking us all to the bank, and I give you props.
Yeah, we got T-shirts that say, "Hey,
Yep.
y'all." We got it's a Southern thing. We got little cute hats, and we got.
And didn't she try to go healthy one time?
Yes.
she felt a little
We got
pressure for
cookware. We got it all. We got honey.
screwed
We got
up too.
honey. Paula Dean honey.
Yeah, you do.
And so when they say 4 hours, we're like 4 hours. Well, it's at Broadway. Now Broadway, think about this. Broadway is around I don't know how long it is, but you just walk and you walk and you walk, and it's little gift shops left, right. We got water. You can feed carp, which Adler's showing now. You can even take rides on this speedboat, and it takes you around, and it's like this open pond that's that everything circles, and you just watch them. On the boat ride, or you can feed the carp, and you just walking around. There's so much to do. Look at that little zip line. You got zip lines you can go on.
I'd like to see
and so we're like, hey, this isn't bad. And I don't know about you
zip line
guys.
a couple
There's
times
a few things. I
hours.
love my wife
4
and will
hours.
do anything for her.
Yeah.
But going shopping with her is probably on the bottom of my list.
Well,
of just following her around
Oh.
like I'm on a leash in and out of stores.
Can I ask you this?
I ruined it for her. Lisa's like, I mean, I can't help it, but I'm ruining it.
Right.
You. I know you're into this, and I'm just that guy that's got that look on my face.
Yeah.
Can I ask y'all this? Because I want to find out if it's only me. When I am doing that, and I agree, it's one of the most difficult things to do.
Mm-hmm.
Do y'all, for some reason, I have a unique ache in my legs.
Yes.
When you're following your wife around on a shopping trip that doesn't come around any other time.
No.
It's unique to that.
Greg, we could go over.
My legs feel the same way every time.
Yes, Greg, we could go over and run and work out, and I wouldn't be as tired.
Oh, I know.
Just walking around. I don't know.
It
but
seems like forever.
But I'm fighting myself. On one shoulder, it's don't you say anything to her. She does so many things that she probably doesn't want to do with
I know.
you.
You better
just
complain.
don't you. And the other one's like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
You know, where can
God,
you
this
sit
is- this
down?
is
Aren't you
miserable.
tired?
This is
You know,
miserable.
say something.
Yeah.
You know, and
Stop
so
this.
you're battling that
Get on that
constantly.
boat.
Yeah, why are you going in here? This is this stupid store. You know, all this kind of stuff. So we're in and out, and so we walk, and I think go in through every store, and she loves to shop. She loves to go in and look at this.
yes.
Is this dress cute? I think it looked great. Get it, let's get it. You know,
Have you ever? Did you ever? Because when you go in that world, it happened to me when I was at Amelia Island. That we did the exact same thing. We had to walk around waiting on a restaurant deal. Have you ever noticed at one point all the ladies, the women in the shops, the women running the shops, and your wife, they suddenly separate themselves into a different community that you're not in on.
yes,
Yeah, like I walk in, it's things I don't even know. This is terrible. I didn't really pay attention to what my wife had on that day.
Right.
We walk into one shop, and the woman behind the counter, like those shoes, lady. You know, like that, and Sheraton says, "Thank you." You know, like that, and I'm just like,
You're
I
not in
hadn't
on
even
it.
noticed.
I'm not. It's like I'm not even there. Ooh, like those shoes, lady.
Yeah, you're not in on
They don't even know each other.
No,
You know,
and you feel sorry because you look at the other guys and like on the clothes rack, they're all like leaning on the clothes rack,
Yes.
like they're dying. You know,
I love the store that puts a couch in there.
Yes, and
Yes,
that's
a
one
big
thing I was
puffy
going to
chair.
tell
Love
everybody.
that.
I know it's going to take up a wall, but put some couches and
us
some
something.
chairs. Can you give us something
Give
to
us
sit
something.
on? I mean, something. I mean, you almost want to go, I'll be out here and wait, but then that's kind of, you might do that later on, but you want her to feel like, yeah, I'm in with you. Here we go. You know, so I'm fighting that.
You ever made the mistake of saying, "Hey, I think I'll go over here and look in this store. Oh, I thought we were going to do all this together."
Yes. Or, hey, I'm going to be out here. You know,
Yeah, they hate all
hey,
that.
Greg's calling me. I'll be out here.
Well, no, I want you to be here because I want you to tell me what you think about this. I want
No,
to get
you
your
really don't, 'cause you're not gonna listen.
You know what you are? It's just we just standing there like you know what we are. And you've had a lot of baseball kids, and you have one playing right now still. You know what we are? We're that little deal you just throw it and the ball comes back to you.
Yeah.
We don't catch it.
No.
It's like when they go, "What do you think about this?" Boom, back to them. You really don't have an opinion.
No,
they're
not
just,
at
They're
all.
just throwing and banking.
Right,
I mean, it's
right.
just like
Helmsy's texting me, honey. Let me step out.
You're right. Yeah, sure.
So we go do
Or you
that.
find that one
and-
section that's got men's stuff that
Yeah.
you kind of want to look
Yeah,
at.
yeah. So we do that.
But they're all
and-
basically khaki shorts.
And we go in and out every store. I'm talking about every store. And we walk around, and we're
Well,
looking
you had
at
4 hours, buddy.
and we're looking at Ferris
What
wheels.
was the
We're looking at
rule for you to be back?
The rule was we will text you when your table is about ready, and you've got 10 minutes to get back, or your table's
Tight
gone.
window.
Oh my gosh!
So
You can't get too far
So
away.
understand, we make the loop.
Why didn't you feed the carp?
Well, we're watching all kinds of stuff, Greg. You don't understand.
That takes 30 seconds.
And we do all of this hour and a half.
Oh,
and a
see,
half.
you felt like you'd knocked a dent
Yes.
in it. Let me check my watch. Why
Right.
do we close? Oh, wow.
And then Terry's like, well, there's a Target right over here, and JC needs this, and we need that.
Now you're back to
and blah
regular
blah blah.
shopping.
And
Shopping
now
at
I'm like,
home.
so we're leaving and going to Target.
What, you
Well,
get
let's
dog
go.
food?
Well, it's like we had to get, there's things you thought you had and you don't, and he's running out of, and he's got another 2 weeks there. So we're like, we'll pick this, and hey, we got to have that. So we'll actually leave Broadway and go to a Target, shop all the way through that, and we still got a 45-minute wait. So we go back, and I'm almost like crawling back. It's like you're crawling and you're just leaning for the doorknob and you're opening it up. Please say the Wilburns are ready. And we got the text. Your table is ready.
How giddy were you?
Oh my gracious. We couldn't have timed it down anymore. So we had about a 3 hour and 30-minute wait, roughly. So we 30 minutes early.
I hope that food was good.
Oh, it was delicious.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 6 minutes past the hour from the broadcast plaza and teleports another hour of the Rick and Bubba show. Let's go. All right, so Bubba's out today. He'll be back on July the 6th. I'll go on vacation next week. Speedy's back from vacation. He'll host Best Of shows next week. We also have the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Adler also out. The winner is handling Adler's responsibilities today. Adler's still switching remotely, but he's got to catch a flight to get to where he's going. Also, Barbecue Smoke Neck, Rick and Bubba University intern, earning her degree in common sense today as well. She'll take your phone calls. Still to come, the Rick and Bubba Giant Game of Knowledge will happen on the program today. Scott Dawson visits with us, and we get a call from Gary, the bulldozer man, before this is over. Special anniversary, a little shout-out here. We can't do every single anniversary request that comes in or every single birthday and all that. Just understand that. We try, we do what we can, but you can imagine we're honored to have an audience that is as vast as the Lord has given us. But we could do anniversary shout outs and stuff like that and take up a whole segment. And it's just not possible to do every one. And we apologize if you try to get one in and you just can't. But when you got a guy who sends this email to Helms, first of all, he knows the show, not to send it to Bubba or to me.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, so anyway, even though
thank you for that, because now I'm going to get a bunch of emails.
Yeah,
right,
straight to Helms. He loves it.
But I've watched the listeners before try to figure out who you should email to have your best shot.
Yeah.
And so anyway, Jeremy Schweitzer lives in Pennsylvania, and he's been a supporter of this program for a really long time. And Helmsy informed me when he said, "Look, here's an anniversary shout out we can consider because it's."
And
unique.
I don't consider all of them, by the way.
Yeah.
I just think this one's special.
Yeah. Well, when you listen to this show in Pennsylvania, somebody says, "Well, I'm listening here and I'm listening there." Schweitzer doesn't have anything on me, but have you driven?
Yeah, thank you.
From Pennsylvania all the way to Birmingham, Alabama, to see Rick and Bubba at an outdoor expo?
That's big.
That's
That
big.
is very big.
Drive.
Yes, and I believe I remember this story. He drove all night to get here just so he could be. I mean, it's like 14 hours where he lives to Birmingham.
Yeah.
Came to the expo, hung out a day. I think he stayed a night, then got up the next morning and drove back so he could be with his family. But he wanted to see us so bad and meet us. He thought the expo is a good way to do it. I'm getting in the car and driving all that way.
Speedy,
and he did.
Speedy, what that means, he waited on Paula Dean's restaurant 3.5 times.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
There you go.
So anyway.
And that's been years and years ago,
Yeah.
and still with us and still plugging away up in Pennsylvania. So I
I
thought
sa-
this was special.
Am I saying Schweitzer correct?
Yes, I believe so.
So it's Jeremy and Lisette Schweitzer. He says his wife's last name it's Lysette, but he says it's pronounced Lisette.
Yeah.
Lisette.
Lisette.
Lisette
So
Schweitzer.
Jeremy and Lisette Schweitzer, 21 years married today. 1, 2, happy anniversary, baby. I got you on my mind.
What?
Thank you, Jeremy.
Bada
Appreciate you,
boom.
buddy.
Even got Greg to sing a little
Boom,
bit.
boom, boom.
Well, Greg, as you know, we
Fill in for Bubba.
Right.
Yeah.
As you know, we now must update everyone on every attempt for a transgender to compete. The Olympic Games, the trials are going on.
Speedy starts USA.
Have you noticed if you go
He's got his soccer shirt on today.
yeah.
God, this is not a
USA.
soccer shirt. This was actually
USA.
bought in the baseball section.
No, well, look, what's cool is you're wearing.
that's what I would say,
over
too.
there.
It's like you're offering an olive branch to the soccer community. And so anyway, we have another transgender. We know the weightlifter from New Zealand is in.
Yeah.
Even though Greg made the point that I still don't understand about the Olympic trials. If you have biological males saying they identify as a woman and the testosterone level that you'll allow is still 5 times what a
I would think you
biological
would make it as the same.
I would think you would take the testosterone level down to the highest a biological female could have. I still don't understand that.
Maybe I'm overthinking it.
But CC Telfer, I guess that's how you pronounce his name, champion transgender hurdler, has been ruled ineligible.
Right.
For the U.S. Olympic trials.
Testosterone too high?
Too high. Can't get it. Well, and doggone it, that pesky being a biological male.
Yeah, it'll hold you up when you're trying
Now
to get
now
your
they did say that
testosterone down.
CC can really run fast compared to the other biological women.
No, I've
Seen
been
the picture of CC?
Yes, I have. I'm looking at it right now.
Let me see. Wow.
Yeah.
So anyway,
Pretty muscular.
The U.S. Track and Field said in a statement that Telfer, oh my goodness, failed to meet the world athletic requirements to be eligible for the trials. She, and I use that pronoun loosely, had initially been on the list for Friday's opening heats, but an updated list Wednesday did not include CC's name. Now, of course, falling all over themselves, the USATF says they strongly support being inclusive and providing a clear path to participation in the sport for all, while also maintaining competitive fairness. I don't know how to break it.
There's the key.
I don't know how to break it to USATF. I don't know that you can do both of them.
Tough.
Yeah, this problem. Let me tell you something. We talk about this. As a matter of fact, I've actually used this even in as an analogy. I talked about our office when teaching and talking about even my own life about sin, and how James tells us, look, your problem is you entice it, you play games with it, and before you know it, and I said we have an analogy here at the office, and I said somebody will bring up a request or they'll bring up an arrangement that somebody wants us to enter into, whether it be a client, whether it be a station, whether it be an event or whatever, and we will say, hey guys, if we don't get a handle on this. I know y'all think this is never going to happen, but before we know it, this scenario is going to be a giant monster in here, and we're going to be screaming, "It's alive!"
Deal with it.
And it's going to be walking around in here, knocking stuff down, walking all up and down these halls. And I said, so because if it's something that can present a big handles going forward, today we're trying just to get through this meeting, but this is going to be problematic if we let this get legs.
Yeah.
And what we've done is we've let this transgender thing. We got so caught up in being inclusive that we didn't think it through, and now it's walking around, and you got problems, and you're trying to find ways to combat it, while saying we're for everybody competing in whatever gender they identify as, but we want it to be fair. Well, good luck with that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that's going to be problematic.
Yep.
And and Bubba said this before, and I agree with him. I think what's going to happen is we're going to have to end up and have a transgender category where they just compete against each other.
Yeah.
And what that really means is all the men who identify as women compete against each other. Because if you're a woman that identifies with a man, you're not going to beat these guys anyway.
Yeah.
So we it's a problem. But we do have one that did not pass the test. It doesn't really tell us about what it just says did not meet the conditions for transgender athlete participation, and hopefully she can do that in the future, and we would welcome her back, is what they're saying. But they don't really tell us. But it has to be.
It's got to be the levels.
It's got
and whatever.
But can somebody explain to me? And I know some of you are saying, Rick, you're just beating this into the ground. But I would like for us to say who said that a biological male still doesn't have to meet the testosterone level of a woman. I still don't understand that. Why would it be
We've
higher?
lowered it, but we haven't got it to equal.
Yeah.
So
if what we read was correct, or maybe we misread it.
Now, CC in 2019 told Out Sports, I bet that's a resource, that there were no extra benefit for her by being transgender. Went on to say that the height and distance between hurdles were part of a disadvantage she faced. She said hormone suppression isn't helping her either. So I don't understand what this person's trying to sell us on. But anyway, she didn't meet the criteria.
Yeah.
So we now have a transgender athlete that did not meet the criteria.
What country was
USA.
USA. Okay.
USA.
USA.
Speedy. 15 minutes past 866 We Be Big is the number. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming your way. Check our website, shop the Rick and Bubba store, find out how to get all the Rick and Bubba content, and you can even go into our goodies button and find some cool stuff.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We thank you for being with us today. All right, so let's catch you up on a few things that you might want to make some notes on. Okay. So best of shows next week. We talked about that. Hope you have a great 4th of July and enjoy a lot of your. This is that time where people are gone a lot, back and forth. But as you're starting to kind of plan ahead, let's talk first of all about things that are going on with themanchurch.com, and there's a lot. You can go to the O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events at rickandbubba.com, and so the next time that I'll be involved is actually, as far as speaking is concerned, is going to be at beautiful Orange Beach. Remember what we've said. You certainly, God has called us to all parts of the earth, including beautiful places. There's people that need to hear about Jesus down in beautiful places too. So I will sacrifice and go to Orange Beach, Alabama. Isn't that funny? But anyway, so Orange Beach, a great place. We love Sunny 105 there. The men at United Methodist Church in Orange Beach, Alabama, are going to have their first man church. You're welcome to attend. We certainly want all the men of that particular church to be there, as we will kick it off and offer an opportunity for you to get into small groups and get into one of the 2 40-week curriculums that we offer. So that's coming up on July the 18th. So that's Orange Beach, Alabama. Now, some of you are part of an association over in Mississippi that I'm going to speak to on July 15th. A lot of you are panicking because you're not seeing this on our websites. The reason why you're not seeing that is that this is an invitation deal. This is not something open to the public, because there's a pastor there that said, I want our entire association to come in and hear about this. I want Rick to speak to us, and then we're going to encourage all the churches to then plug in and use this curriculum for our association. So some of you that are going to that going, I don't see our thing that I'm going to on the website. That's why. You've been invited to it. You're going to be there, and I'm going to be there. So don't worry about that. What we put on the website are things that anybody can. You're invited. You can come if you want to be there. Then I get to go to, on July 24th, the very next weekend, I'm excited to be going to Decatur, Alabama, and a friend of mine, Blake Kersey. Blake and I attended church together for a while. He got the call to be a pastor. He's doing a great job there. They've already done just about all of the first 40-week curriculum because we tried to do this, almost 2 years ago now. Everybody remember the pandemic. So I'm coming back. I'll be doing Man Church for them. You're invited to be there. Going to be a steak dinner on that one. So it's a $10 ticket for a steak dinner there on Saturday night, July 24th. So I'll be speaking to the men of First Baptist Church Decatur, and then the next morning I get the opportunity to stay and speak to the entire church. So I'm excited about that on the 25th. August 6th, Huntsville, Alabama. It's going to be Mount Zion Baptist Church. This is a men's event. Looking forward to being there at Mount Zion. All the details on how you can be part of that are there. August 12th, Man Church. Here's another one, First Baptist Church, Athens, Alabama. They also are about 3/4 of the way through the first 40-week curriculum. This is the next time the men will gather, which is part of our strategy, and I'm honored to be back at that great church with this men's ministry, speaking to those men, and you can join us, First Baptist Church, Athens, Alabama, August 12th. Make a special note on this because Sherry and I are doing a marriage conference together. It's only one day, which means the rest of the weekend you can spend in beautiful Pensacola, Florida, investing in your marriage, spending time together. Sherry and I will both be speaking on Saturday night, August the 14th, at Olive Baptist Church in Pensacola, Florida. Following us speaking, Shane and Shane will be in concert. So that'll be kind of cool. So a lot of couples all over the country have been letting me know you're going to be there. Sherry and I could not be more excited about it, and we'll see all of those couples in Pensacola coming up on August the 14th. I'm out speaking a good bit, but it's to come here, Sherry Burgess speak is a special event, and for us to be together is also unique. That doesn't happen all that much. I sure do love when it does, and I can't wait to be there as we invest in what God has deemed as holy, and that is His standard for marriage. August the 21st, Cape Girardeau, Missouri. Kind of special because Russ Limbaugh just died. To be able to go to his hometown and be there with the folks at Linwood Baptist Church. That's going to be a Man Church one day. What is a Man Church one day? This is one of the events that we do. So this means that Rich Wingo and I will actually speak together. We'll do multiple sessions. We'll do a panel. I love the panel thing when men get to ask the questions. If you would like to be there, an interesting note, guess who's in concert on August 20th the night before? Yeah. Shane and Shane. Okay. So I'm going to see Shane and Shane 2 weekends in a row.
How about you?
So if you'd like to find out more about that for August 21st, that's Cape Girardeau, Missouri. So check that out. And then if you that does it for the summer. We have some other stuff going on in September, October, and November. You can find all of that by going to rickandbubba.com under upcoming events or to burgessministries.com and look under upcoming events as well. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get guaranteed low prices and excellent customer service at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better parts, better prices every day.
Can I ask y'all a question? Rick, do you remember when you raced Sherry on the beach and you claimed she got over in your lane?
Clearly got in my lane.
And you ended up knocking her down?
Yeah.
That was a very uncomfortable moment to witness. But, you know, whenever you compete against your wife in anything, sometimes you get in trouble because you take the game too serious.
All the time.
Well, as I mentioned.
Wiffle ball, bad incident there, too.
As I mentioned that JC's girlfriend went with us on this trip, and we had a beach day. And so JC was going to meet us at the beach. And with him, he brought the slam ball game. And that is where you have a little trampoline and you slap the ball down and you play with 4 people. And it's
never played that.
I saw it on ESPN one day. I think they called it spike ball, but
spike ball, slam ball. It's different things.
I couldn't follow it. I was trying to follow it.
So you got slam ball game, spike ball, whatever. It's 2 different things. Most people probably say
we've got
spike
one at the
ball,
house
but
that
on this one
play.
it has slam on the side of it.
I don't like it.
Probably funner to play than it is to watch.
The kids seem to love it.
Right.
Yeah.
So JC says, Dad, I'm bringing a game.
You expect that?
Yeah.
That's good, by the way.
It's contagious.
So, of course, Terry and I get to the beach way before he does because apparently he doesn't know time.
Right.
And so we're out there, and the wind is howling because we chased this tropical system to the East Coast.
Oh, yeah.
So we're dealing with that, and we're out there, and the wind's blowing so much that sand is coming into your face, and you're like, you know. And so he wants to play this spike ball game. And he's like, hey, Dad, it's me and Abby against you and Mom.
Oh, yeah, it's on now.
And I said, well, you'll be defeated. You know, but in my mind, I'm thinking that's 2 collegiate athletes there. I'm probably going to get waxed on this.
No, you're still young enough. You're still daddy.
Right. And plus, there's
he ain't old enough to beat you yet.
Right, and there's a certain competitive nature that comes out in us dads where we almost turn, I don't know, into a different person.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is.
You thought when I made Sherry cry in a charity softball game?
Yeah,
but go ahead.
Yeah. But I was concerned if Terry had that in her because I, and no disrespect to those of you in Georgia, but she has a little bit of Georgia red in her.
Right.
Where if you get her mad, you better step aside and watch out.
They're not offended. They know it's true.
Yeah.
Right. And then JC said, well, mate, what about if it's me and Mom against you and Abby?
Well, how'd that happen?
I don't know. It just happened. I have no idea. So then I realized, so we're now against each other. Well, I got to do whatever I can to win because my team has to win.
Uh-oh.
And I leaned over to Abby and I said, well, you know we win at all costs. I mean, we're going to beat them.
Good thing to teach the girlfriend.
Right. And so you separate, and it's like JC and I are across from each other, and Abby and Terry are across from each other. So Terry's to my left. Well, that means anything to my left, I'm kind of going into her area.
Yeah.
And we're hitting the ball, and it's blowing, and the wind's going down, and it's rolling into other families, and they're, I'm sorry, ma'am, how you doing? Well, there's this one ball that was hit into Terry's area, and I ran her over to the point where she had sand on her.
You're trying to make a play.
And she looked at me like, what's wrong with you? And I'm like, you're in my way. I'm sorry, you're in my way.
I was going for the point.
Right.
That's what just
Are
happened.
you picking on me? You keep hitting the ball in my area. No, we must win. Right. Pick it up or quit whining.
It shouldn't be in my area.
Right. Got in trouble the rest of the day.
Yeah, silent treatment.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
right, 35 minutes past the hour. Who's ready to go to Sweet Home Alabama and see Rick and Bubba's state? North Alabama has teamed up with Rick and Bubba. AlabamaRoadTrips.com will bring you to Sweet Home Alabama. You'll have a great trip with your family. Kids 7 and up and your family will be going. If you're an adventurous family, you need to go register right now at AlabamaRoadTrips.com to win this out-of-this-world road trip. And if I'm not mistaken, Speedy, it will be announced when we get back from vacation on July the 9th.
It will be.
Yeah, so it's getting close. You need to go do that. Here's what we're going to get you. It's $3,500 worth of stuff. So we'll give you $1,500 to spend so you can customize the trip however you want to. And, of course, we got your accommodations taken care of. And you'll go. It'll start. Here's your family trip. It'll start at family camp at the U.S. Space and Rocket Center there in beautiful Huntsville, Alabama. You'll get your very own aviation flight suits. How cool will that be? Because you want to dress the part. And the family will be put into a mission to space. You either do that or it'll be aerial combat, that scenario, in these authentic training simulators. Again, the winner is going to be announced July the 9th right here on the show. So enter now to win the out-of-this-world family road trip today at AlabamaRoadTrips.com. We also provide links at rickandbubba.com under sponsors and the contest button. So pay attention for that. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number because it's time for us to test the knowledge of the Rick and Bubba audience in a little contest we call the Rick and Bubba Giant Game of Knowledge. This is when Rick and Bubba listeners and or viewers compete against each other, other markets, and today we keep it simple. The winner in Rick and Bubba's Giant Game of Knowledge today will be able to go to rickandbubba.com, click on the store, and pick out anything they want. Wow. All right, just one item, but you can pick anything you want. We limit it to one item. So if you want to go there and say, I've always wanted that shirt, grab it. I've always wanted that hat, grab it. Mm-hmm. I'd like to have a spatula, grab it. I'd like to have the wow with a fork, whatever. It's all there at rickandbubba.com. So we're going to see who has. Now, you must have a really, really good grasp of all things Rick and Bubba. Okay. Because remember, it's the giant game of Rick and Bubba knowledge.
Wow.
All right, so it looks like Scottsboro will take on Montgomery.
Okay.
All right, so here's how it works. Let me get our contestants on here. So let's just bring in. We got is Jordan.
Hey.
We've had there's so many people here.
All right, Jordan, fire it in there.
We have so many people named Jordan that listen to the show. Jordan, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you, buddy?
What's up, guys?
All right, so Scottsboro 1017. How long have you been listening to Rick and Bubba?
Since my ears worked.
Since his ears worked.
Okay.
It's been a while.
Okay,
wow.
That's met a man.
He just recently got here.
Met a young man yesterday. He said, no exaggeration, I've been listening to you my entire life. I said, how old are you? He said, 27.
Wow.
So it was his entire life. Now we go to Montgomery, Alabama, I-92. So 1017 takes on I-92. Andre, how long have you been listening to the show?
For quite a few years now.
All right, well, we'll see. Okay. All right, so here's how it works. We start with a lightning round. Now, here's how the lightning round works. On the lightning round, that means I'm going to give the question. I will pick the category, and then the first person who thinks they have the answer shout your name. That person gets a shot at it. If the person gets it, that's a point. Speedy, I need you keeping up with the points.
Got it.
And then that person also gets control of the board. Mm-hmm. So then you can pick your own categories unless you miss. And then if you miss, the other person has a chance to steal, and you see how it goes. Mm-hmm. So if you both miss, back to the lightning round, and we go again. It's going to be the best out of 5, okay? But we also have a bonus question if we end up in a tie. Okay, all right, so here we go. The first one is a lightning round. And I will pick the category, okay? Your first category, Jordan and Andre, is called Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Okay, are you listening?
Yes.
All right, these are multiple choice, okay? Who wrote the Rick and Bubba theme song? Is it A, Kevin Derryberry, B, Keith Anderson, C, Brad Ryan, D, Ryan Greenwood?
Brad Ryan.
All right, so who said that? You got to say your name.
Jordan.
Andre. Kevin Derryberry.
Derryberry is wrong. Jordan, what did you say?
Ryan
Greenwood. That is the correct answer. So there you are. So, all right. So you say your name. You say your name on the lightning round.
Yeah, but Rick said Ryan Greenwood, but he meant Brad Ryan.
Yeah, Brad Ryan. I'm sorry. Yeah, Brad Ryan is the right answer, which Jordan got. Kevin Dearberry is the wrong answer, which is what Andre guessed.
Yeah. So you're yelling your name, guys.
Yeah, your name. But you don't have to now, because now, Jordan, you have control of the board. All right, so Jordan, if you get 2 more, you win this. Andre, you stand by for a steal. Here are the categories, Jordan, that you have to pick from: Rick and Bubba University, Speedy Adventures, Know Your Greg Burgess, or Bubba Rama.
Oh, I got to go Greg Burgess.
All right, just see if you know your Greg Burgess. Now, Andre, he has control of the board, so you say nothing unless he misses. Then you get a shot at it, okay? So, Jordan, here's your question. Which one of these things would Greg be okay with? A, puppet to human interaction. B, watching the sequel to Lethal Weapon. B, C, listening to music from Blackstone Cherry. Or D, watching a band do a medley.
What was the second one?
The second one is watching the sequel to Lethal Weapon.
That'd be it.
That is incorrect. Greg hates the sequel to Lethal Weapon. Andre, you can steal. Which one of these things would Greg be okay with? Puppet to human interaction, listening to music from Blackstone Cherry, or watching a band do a medley?
Watching a band do a what?
A medley.
C.
C is listening to music from Blackstone Cherry. That is correct.
There you go.
That is correct.
Stole it.
I was really worried
Andre,
about that.
now it's 1-1, and Andre, now you have control of the board, so you'd be listening for a chance to steal Jordan if he misses it. So here's your categories that are left on the board: Bubba Rama, it can be Rick and Bubba University, or Speedy's Adventures.
Speedy's Adventures.
Speedy's Adventures. This is multiple choice. Jordan, stand by to steal if Andre misses it. Speedy arrived at this famous person's house with a man dressed as a parrot. Was it Chris Tomlin's house, Brett Favre's house, Larry the Cable Guy's house, or Sean Hannity?
Brett Favre.
That is correct. That is correct.
Great choices, by the way.
That was really good, by the way.
funny.
It was Brett Favre. It did happen. The parrot was KZ94, which is our affiliate. At the time, that was their mascot. And we had a man dressed as a parrot and Speedy standing on the deck of Brett Favre's house.
That's right.
That is correct. So you lead 2-1, Andre.
All right.
You're one answer away
Come on, Andre.
from winning this thing. But you have only 2 categories left. Jordan, pay attention in case he fumbles. Rick and Bubba University or Bubba Rama?
Bubba Rama.
All right, here we go. Are you ready? Which one of these
As I'll
things?
ever be.
Yeah. Which one of these things has Bubba never done in radio? Never done in radio. But Bubba and I have worked just about everything in radio you can think of. But one of these he's never done. Which one has Bubba never done? A, owned a radio station. B, color commentary for a professional football team. C, a news anchor. Or 3, engineer.
I got it.
Well, Greg, we know you have it.
Either B or B.
Well,
or
the
the last one.
You can't say multiples. You got to pick.
Last one.
The last one, engineer. That's incorrect.
Come on, Andre.
That is
night
incorrect.
alive.
All right, so Stamp. All right, this is big. Jordan, this is George. This is Jordan. This is huge for you. All right, so it's 2-1, Andre. You can tie the game if you get it right. So which one of these things has Bubba never done in radio? Owned a radio station, color commentary for a professional football team, or been a news anchor?
A.
Owned a station. That's incorrect.
Come on.
Bubba has actually owned a radio station,
Yeah.
believe that or not. Okay, so
50,000 watt blowtorch.
Yep.
all right, so we go back to a lightning round. The correct answer is been a news anchor.
Right.
He has been an engineer. By the way, Andre, he was an engineer when he came on the show.
Come on, man.
All right, so he has done color commentary for the Birmingham, what was
Thunderbolts.
it? Thunderbolts.
Thunderbolts.
And he has owned a radio station, AM 810.
Don't forget that.
All right, so nobody gets that one right. So we get back to a lightning round, which means either one of you can answer this. Now shout your name, not the answer. Shout your name if you know it, and then you can answer. Okay, this is big because Jordan, you need to tie it. If nobody gets this right, then Andre wins the game. Okay, so Jordan, this is sudden death for you.
Yeah.
Okay, are you guys ready? And of course, if Andre gets the answer right, he wins going away. Here is the question from Rick and Bubba University. Which one of these names was not a Rick and Bubba intern? This means this is a name that's never been used for any Rick and Bubba intern. Which one of these is not a former Rick and Bubba intern name or current? Are you ready? A, Stimpy. B, Meow, I'm Patient Zero. C, Greg Burgess. D, Ghost Rider.
I got this one.
Jordan.
Jordan, what do you say?
C.
C, Greg Burgess. That is incorrect.
Come on, man.
We actually had an intern named Greg Burgess, which is why he's called the real Greg Burgess. Andre for the win.
B.
B, Meow, I'm Patient Zero. That's also incorrect.
I know that's hard to believe.
That's hard to believe. The answer was actually Ghost Rider.
Yeah.
We've never had an intern named Ghost Rider. Andre, congratulations. You've won the Rick and Bubba Giant Game of Knowledge.
By default.
By default.
Yeah.
Andre, you won it, buddy. You get to pick anything from the Rick and Bubba store that you want, and we'll send it to you. You want to do the bonus question, just see if they know
I
it?
do.
I'd just like to see them get one right.
Well, they got, it was 2 to 1. 2 to 1. All right, so let me ask you guys this one. If I would have asked this question, the bonus question was, which one of these studio names have never been used for a Rick and Bubba studio?
Okay.
Okay, A, Red Velvet Lounge. B, the Mothership. C, the Closet. D, the Warehouse.
Jordan.
Jordan, what do you think?
The Closet.
No, the Closet actually was used. That's incorrect.
We actually were in one.
What do you think, Andre?
The Red Velvet Lounge.
No, that was actually
How
one too.
about I don't know the answer to that?
The Warehouse is the one that's never been used. No, but never had one called the Warehouse.
The Warehouse.
All
I kind
right,
of like that name.
Yeah, so I do too. You know my favorite? The Mothership. All right, so, and I like Broadcast Plaza and Teleport too. All right, well, congratulations, Andre. Jordan, sorry, buddy, you did not get it done today. Andre did. Andre's on hold. He's on line 2 there, Barbecue Smoke Neck. And once again, we've all learned more Rick and Bubba knowledge. Yep. So file that away, and congratulations to Andre.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
plugs. And so the buzzer will get you. And Speedy and Helmsley have timeouts. They can call one if they think that your call can be expanded on. Also, don't forget Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, coming out again tomorrow. Todd Jones, our guest. That went really well. We really dove into Todd's life and his career. Tried to, with the podcast, talk about things we haven't already talked about on the show, and got into great detail about his journey. I think you will enjoy it. Todd is always a lot of fun. And also we talk about the fact that I cost Todd Jones $10 million.
Yeah. Hey, you didn't say 10,000 or it's $10 million.
$10 million that I cost Todd Jones. And for a while, his wife was really upset with me.
Well, I don't blame her.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So anyway,
it's life-changing money.
And if you wonder how that happened and you don't know the story, then listen to Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, this weekend. All right, Chris in Leeds will get us started. Lines are available for you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Chris, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. 30 seconds, buddy. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. Obviously, huge fan. And one of my favorite segments on the TuneIn app is when you named Meow, comma, I'm patient zero. So when you did the question, I thought it was a trick question. The comma has to be in the name.
Chris.
Goodness gracious.
It was emphasized when you named her.
Understood.
Was it?
Yeah.
I can't remember.
Yeah, but the fact that one of the names, though, was never a name at all, kind of. But, I mean, little legalistic, Rick and Bubba there, but I like your commitment to excellence.
Yeah, I doubt anybody missed it because, y'all left the comma out.
Yeah,
No.
it's but I understand what you're saying. I don't think we went on to call her that, though. I think when we would say it on the air.
Patient zero is what we call it.
Yeah, and meow, I'm patient zero. But anyway, but I appreciate, you know what, that's somebody that knows his Rick and Bubba, and he's going to say, I'm getting down to the legalistic number.
Right.
You're a little burdensome. But I understand and I appreciate.
Push me on my own property.
Yeah, I appreciate your commitment to excellent Leeds. Chris and Leeds.
I bet he's a handle at work. Having him around the office.
Oh yeah, he'll call you out.
I got an email about that. What Chris
probably
just
the same
about.
guy.
Mm-hmm. I would appreciate.
But I don't know.
I would appreciate Chris like being on my staff for an editor.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
You're right. That's
Yes.
his talent.
Say, hey, Chris, I think I got this.
Also known as a know-it-all.
Greg, he's drinking. It's good that he knows that.
I know. That's fine. Everybody has some
Greg's
talent.
mad about it.
Yeah. Jim and Enterprise. Jim, go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey, fellas, a good while back, I believe it was maybe a Sweet 16 Browning shotgun or something. You were trying to find out where it went within the people you knew, and then you were going to try to implement that 6 degrees of separation and get the public to help you find that shotgun. Did you ever find it?
No, not that I know of.
No.
This is. Did we find the one Hank Williams Jr. was looking for?
Oh, I was thinking.
Is
You
that what
remember
you-
when you lost yours though, and it showed up years later, and you found it at home? I was thinking about that.
Is that the one you're talking about? You're talking about the Hank Williams Jr. one, right?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. No,
Oh yeah, because we got involved in it somehow.
I don't think we ever found that.
But remember the one you lost, and all of a sudden you found it in top of a closet or something?
Oh no, it was really
thought you
strange.
left it in Georgia.
Was it hiding from you?
Yeah, I have been looking for this
For years.
for this Browning 20 gauge for years, and I didn't know what happened to it. And at one point, I thought I left it at a quail hunt. You remember back when we were on
Yes,
when we were on
yeah.
Turner
When
South?
y'all were
Georgia?
hunting with Emmanuel Webster, not Emmanuel. Yeah, what's his
Emmanuel
name?
Lewis.
Yeah.
Guys, wait a minute. I forgot all about that.
Yeah.
We went quail hunting with Emmanuel
did.
Lewis.
Yeah. Remember that.
I'm going to put that in the giant game of knowledge.
Who have we been quail hunting with?
We went with Emmanuel Lewis.
Yes.
I forgot all about that.
Yeah.
But anyway, I walk in just one day. I'm in my closet, and I mean this gun's been gone for years.
Yeah.
And I'm feeling bad about it because it's kind of my dad got it for us when we were
He had
young.
2 of them. I got one. You got
Yeah,
one.
we were small kids back when we thought we could shoot deer with a slug at great distance. But anyway,
Poor things.
Yeah. So he just did that.
Sitting on the stump,
Yeah,
just
right.
waiting.
Shot a lot of rabbits.
Eating our bologna sandwich. Shot a ton of rabbits with it, and other various birds and things. But anyway, so all of a sudden I had to get up. We had that when we first bought the house. The contract closets they give you because we built this house are terrible.
Yeah.
And so we brought in those California closet people or whatever to make it more efficient. So they made these shelves and stuff
all
in
your
there.
space.
Yeah, and utilize your space better. So the shelf, on the top, you got things up there like beach bags and stuff like that on the very top. Well, all of a sudden, I had to get up and get something. I get up there, and that Browning 20 gauge is up there on top of that. Had been up there for years.
Golly, Rick.
And when I found it, it just felt good.
Yeah.
Let's go to Charlie in Huntsville. Charlie, 100.3 The River. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Fantastic, Charlie. How are you doing?
Hey. All right. Hey, I just want to let you know it's National Catfish Day. I wanted to see what you guys thought, whole versus fillets and fried versus grilled or blackened.
I do not eat catfish any way other than fried.
Yeah, I'll tell you this. I had some catfish.
You like it whole or filleted?
I like it filleted.
I do too.
Yeah, I'll go blackened.
Dad goes whole though. Our dad, he eats it whole.
Preferred
he
fried, but blackened is delicious.
Yeah, that was one of the choices we had at Paula Dean's restaurant.
Catfish.
We went catfish.
Well, here's the thing.
It was good.
When you're
You know how I am about the.
when you're dealing with a bottom feeder, I got to drop him in the vat.
Yeah.
You know how I am about the
get that
riverboat
too.
special down there at the top of the river, and I go with the fillets. That's
Oh,
good
yeah.
stuff.
Did I ever tell you about the time that I told Jeff
Riverboat special.
told Jeff Erickson with Buzzbox Coffee from Camano Island in Washington, and we're in a restaurant. He looks at me, he goes, "So y'all want everybody to know that they're pond raised? I mean, you're not hiding that. You're that's something to celebrate." I said, "Oh yes." I said because that means they're eating cornmeal, and they're not eating off the bottom of Neely Henry.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Sure, what's on it?
Yeah. And he didn't get that. He's like, "So y'all celebrate that?" He goes, "You know where I'm from, we talk about wild caught, fresh."
Yeah.
I said, No. You don't want wild caught catfish. You want pond raised catfish.
That's right.
That's right.
So good. Top of the hour. If you leave us, have a great weekend. We got more Rick and Bubba. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
7 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Bubba out today. Adler out today. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess. Helmsy here, the winner at Rick and Bubba University intern, taking Adler's spot. And Barbecue Smoke Deck taking phone calls at 866 We Be Big. As we start this brand new hour, I told you about Rick and Bubba University podcast. Catch that this weekend. Best of shows coming up next week. Some of the more memorable moments in Rick and Bubba history. So be sure and catch those shows. The next time we'll have the whole team on the field in the same room will be July the 6th. So pay attention to that and enjoy yourself and enjoy the 4th of July until we all get back together. Over the years of Rick and Bubba, Scott Dawson's found himself in some very interesting positions here on the program. And for some reason, I really don't know why, he keeps coming back. Scott, welcome back to Rick and Bubba. Do you ever? Is there ever a time where you go through something with the show and go, "That's it"? I just can't keep going back.
Not yet.
Yeah.
I mean, there have been some. The Gary the Bulldozer prank was probably the closest we've ever gotten.
Yeah, that was a good one.
But we've been through so much
Rough
for
one.
so long that I'm like, I actually, in some weird way, do trust you guys.
Isn't that odd? I mean,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
when you have something, that's been around for so long, the Scott Dawson Evangelistic Association, there had to be moments where the board set you down and said, "Look, we love that we can get the word out through these guys, but they keep getting you in these precarious situations. You're on best of CDs." Did y'all ever talk about how we properly balance this as a ministry?
Yeah, actually, I have had some board members say, "Hey, do you think that's a good idea? Do you really think that's a good idea?" And I go, "Hey, at all costs, man.
Yeah,
I mean, I
right.
become all things to all people so that we may somehow get the gospel out." And I think that's the reason it's a good partnership.
Well, no, I think you're in really the same position that we find ourselves in. I mean, I will just, I know I'm going a little bit serious here for a minute, but I will openly be transparent that when you try to do what we're called to do, to be in the world but not of the world, it is difficult.
Yep.
And there have been times, with the things that God has called all of us to, but I'll speak specifically to my own life where I sit there and go, you know what, man, like today, I didn't really like the way that went. And I know I'm going to have to answer some emails on this, and you start going, would I just be better off not to try to go do that because of sometimes the roads I end up going down or things that are said or whatever? And I'm like, but then I keep going back, and I cannot get anything from the Lord yet that says, but then you also would not be able to be used in the way that it's used.
Yeah.
I mean, if you turn into just this radio show has been afforded to us to fuel people coming to things that are much more important than this show that they wouldn't have come any other way.
Absolutely. I tell my board, I mean, this is stocking the pond so we can go fishing.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, this is, if you've ever gone fishing in a pond with no fish, it's boring. You guys allow us to literally get the platform to say, I think people, especially after the prank with the live ammo, I keep going back to that. Not that I still have PTSD about it.
I love how he says live ammo.
Well,
Live ammo.
What did Mark Garnett say, Greg? The difference between a good prank and a great prank. 2 words. Live ammo.
Live ammo. It changes everything.
I'm going to go ahead and
changes-
warn you, we got best ofs next week. You'll probably get texts from your friends when we play it because I normally play it during that week.
We make sure you relive that at least twice a year.
I know when you play because
I
my
figured
phone
you did.
blows up. Hey, I heard that again, and I'm like, you know what? In some ways, I still have the calcified bruises on my shins, so it lives with me daily. But the other
Constant
thing,
reminder.
it builds the platform wherever I go. People go, "Hey, you seen Gary lately?"
Yeah,
and I go,
right, yeah.
"No, if I do, I shoot him." But,
Right.
He needs to stay away from
Can I
it.
tell you something? I'm going to say this for at least the 11th time. I have, it's actually our family. I was there yesterday. Okay, so
At the farm.
Yeah, this is not a place that I don't go.
Right.
Okay, it's not like we had a prank at a place that you and I never saw again. I see it all the time, and just about every time it happened again yesterday. I had my nephew there, and I was trying to teach him how to, drive the vehicles and all this kind of stuff. So when we went on the trail, I always to my right when I turn on the trail, I see that those young pine trees. And if you ever seen pine trees where we live when they're in that young stage and they're still all grouped together, there's not a lot of room between these pine tree groves, and I look at the place where you turned that 4-wheeler in and drove through it to get to safety.
So good.
Miraculous.
Look, I know that C.S. Lewis when he wrote, the different line, The Witch and the Wardrobe. I know there's not really those places that you pass into other worlds, but when you turned into those pine trees and got out on the other side, your legs were bleeding, but I mean, yeah, you know why? Because there's no room to get that 4-wheeler through there.
Oh no.
And
I still have flashbacks.
I don't know
I
how
can see myself in those woods.
I mean, I know we've talked about this, but for a few seconds, what's going through your mind besides I got to get out of here? Was that it?
The flashbacks are just me going through, and I mean, I can still remember hearing the second shot. Most people just hear the first shot. I heard the second shot. I mean, in my head right now, and I was just going through those. I remember at one time I was going down, and the 4-wheeler was the steering was moving, and I was like, "What in the world? How? I got to get out of here." It just kind of, and then I thought Garnett had been executed. So
yeah, you had all kinds.
Yeah, you didn't know what's going on because you're hearing shots,
right? Because you thought the first shot because you saw me pretend to fall out of the ATV.
Yeah.
Okay, and that was a little much.
Well, but it pretty good actor.
Yeah, at that time, I just knew shots were fired, people scatter.
Right.
And deers go into the thicket. I mean, I literally in my head, it was that. I'm a very...
Get out of the line of fire.
Yeah, I go through my progression, and I was like, shots fired, people scatter, deer goes into the thicket, let's get out of here.
You threw your flag up and went right in the thicket.
Yeah, if you had a tail, it'd be up.
He went through a pine thicket that I'm telling you, there's no way to get through. There's no way.
Right out the other side.
And came out the other side.
But you know what? You got through it.
I did. Surviving.
As far as pranks, up to that point, it was a huge success. Probably, I mean, as good as it could have been. And then he calls 911. I mean, that's like a cherry right on top. Yeah. You're thinking, boy, we got him good.
I've said this.
And then when it goes to that level.
I don't know how many years it's been since the prank, but I've said this over and over. The intention was we would all stand there and laugh where Gary was. You weren't supposed to get away like that. Yeah, I didn't think that.
Start calling.
Did you ever want to go back and check on Mark?
There was nothing I could do. Gorosky kind of throws me under the bus and says, I'm a wimp. No one left behind. And I was like, I would go back with the police.
You had no weapon.
Right.
I had no weapon. I had a phone, and I used the phone.
You cleared the area, use the phone.
Absolutely. But I still go back going, there was nothing I could do for Mark or Rick.
It really wasn't.
I had to get help, and that was the only way I knew to go, to go get help.
Greg, don't forget the part, too, that when I'm trying to catch him in the vehicle, he thinks now that the shooter has taken the vehicle and is chasing him.
Yeah, and when you get out of the gator,
so many great elements.
You are laughing so hard that you're bent over. But in my mind, I'm thinking he's been shot, he's wounded,
right?
And he's trying to get me into the barn, and that is
it never
my
ended.
favorite line.
It just kept going.
Greg, that line's often overlooked.
Yeah, don't go in the barn. I've seen too many horror movies. We'll all be dead.
Do
you think God parted the trees for you? I need to know.
I think a boy from Inslee knows how to survive.
Shots were fired.
Oh my goodness! Nothing like a little charcoal. So we'll come back. We'll talk about. Believe it or not, Dawson has been to Vegas.
Oh boy!
You don't picture that.
Every evangelist.
Yeah.
How'd you do on the crap table?
Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Visiting with old friend Scott Dawson. And anytime he comes on, there has to be some mention of the PTSD that he's working through after the prank heard around the world.
Yes.
And that's what we call it, the prank heard around the world.
It is one of those I hear about every week of my life.
Do you remember, guys, the day I showed up and I said, by the way, I'll take the 7 o'clock hour today?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You were extremely confident.
Yeah,
So
I did not say that. I said, now sometimes I'm not sure how things are going to go.
Yes.
I got a winner today.
I thought it would last 30 minutes.
Yeah.
It's lasted 6 years.
And you can, by the way, if you've
Wait till
never
next week.
if you've never heard the recap, which includes a recap from Scott himself after being there, Mark Garnett gives their view. We got everybody's view that was there.
Yes.
And you can find that. What CD is that on?
It's the Let Me Be Clear.
Let Me Be Clear. Is that one? I don't know. You can find it on iTunes, on all the Rick and Bubba stuff too there, because I don't think there's a hard copy of the CD left anymore.
In the title, Prank Heard Around the World?
Yeah, I think
So you can search the title.
Yeah.
too.
All right, so
It's a two-parter.
let's talk a little bit about you taking on Vegas.
Yes.
Vegas, not exactly arms open wide for the gospel. It's funny because I know that I know that you'll send people. I've heard this within the Baptist denomination. I don't know whether the other Christian denominations use this term, a sinned city, meaning it's a city that we've determined, even in our own country, that where the gospel and the church is not really healthy. So we call it a sinned city because we want to send people there for church plants and all that. But you went to the one called Sin City, S-I-N
Yes.
City. Las Vegas, and could you have been any more out of your comfort zone? And I'm talking about as far as familiarity. You've done these things for how many years?
Oh my gosh, 32 years now.
Yeah. But when you told me, I said, now where are we doing this? I think I'm going to hear something.
Dallas.
Dallas. Yeah. Maybe you had Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
And all this kind of stuff. And you said Las Vegas.
Yeah.
And I was like, Las Vegas. And you ever worried about walking out there and there's nobody there?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Every day for the last 2.5 years.
Right.
I ran for office, and then after that
We
was
remember
over.
that.
Yep. Y'all have helped me with that.
Right.
That could have been another prank. But after that was over.
Well, remember, we've made an agreement.
Yeah.
If Scott runs again, he has to have heard these words. And I'll tell you where Rick's buried. Because I have to be dead. He's not allowed to run for office while I'm still alive.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
So after that happened, I went out and I spoke at a church, and I was like, my gosh, when I found out 92% of the city is just proclaimed lost. 96% of Las Vegas is unchurched. So
Say that again.
96% of Vegas is unchurched. So it's unlike Alabama or Oklahoma City. And so we started working and going, this is the place where I really want to bring students. We call them pathfinders. We train them how to share their faith in intentional gospel conversations. And we get them out there on the streets, wherever people are. And when we first started doing it, everyone was saying it just doesn't work. It does not work.
I'm sorry, just
This is what happens in here. I'm so sorry.
It's happening again, Scott.
Because we all know that God has a sense of humor.
Right.
If you knew the story that was above your head while you're talking about this, it would own you. Just turn around and get a look. This is what's all above your head right now.
Oh, my God.
So when we're looking at you,
we're
we see
watching
that.
you talk about that, and that's right over the top of your head. But anyway, go ahead.
There's one particular word that's got Greg's attention.
Yes, I understand.
Oh, yeah.
Well, anyway.
And a hairstyle that he can't.
Focus in, Greg.
Back to you.
Anyway, back in Vegas, everybody thinks of the Strip. Everybody says, "Oh, that's the Strip." That's where people from Alabama hang out.
Right,
so we
okay.
weren't going to the Strip. That's a
Okay.
novelty.
Yeah.
We went to the city, the communities of Vegas: Summerlin, Henderson, Lake Las Vegas, North Las Vegas. But everybody was saying it
Not
couldn't
Caesar's
happen.
Palace.
Not Caesar's Palace. That's where people from Anniston and Gadsden.
Yeah.
But when we started telling them what we were doing, we would say, "Man, we've got Crowder coming," and they would say, "Well, we have Usher every night."
Yeah, right.
We have Lecrae. They go, "We have Pitbull."
Right.
So it was like,
have a
my gosh,
resident.
how in the world are we going to do this? Well, then the pandemic hit. And ironically, the day we announced last year that we had Kanye West coming to close us out in 2020, 2 days later, the Strip shut down. Yeah. So, I mean, we were literally back to zero. So we were like, oh, my gosh, building this thing, getting the lead anchor up the hill. Well, all of a sudden, things started coming into place. We had over 70 churches participate because COVID had shut down the city that never sleeps. Shows were done. We were the third live non-sporting event to be held in Vegas since March of 2020. This was in the middle of June, and we were praying an outrageous prayer. God, give us 6,000 people. Let us have a couple of hundred decisions for Christ. Do something in this city that would spark something. Well, my gosh, we had 6,000 the first night. We ended up over 13,000 people attended the events. We had over 500 decisions for Christ public recorded decisions. First night we had a guy show up, 32 years of age, had already decided he was going to end his life that night, somehow got to the event, received Christ. We've already followed up with him. Had a lady with stage 3 cancer that came to know Christ, working with her and her family. And then the second night, we had a 27-year-old man that was in an alternative lifestyle. We use that kind of thing if you want to use that, a homosexual relationship. And he told the counselor, he said, I've been rejected by churches all my life, but tonight, God, I spoke on hope. I said, you can live days without food. You can't live 1 second without hope. And I just went to the cross about what Christ did for us. And that night he came to a counselor and said, man, I've never had anything like this happen to me before. Tonight I surrendered my life to Christ. He went home, told his family. We're following up with him. In fact, last I heard he was in a small group. So,
Amen.
The gospel still works if you work it. And, when we were saying we've got Crowder and they have Usher, they didn't have Usher. When we got Lecrae, they got Pitbull. They didn't have Pitbull. So it was a moment in I think, a divine appointment. I wish I could tell you it was a fully strategic plan that was laid out. I think a lot of times we forget God can do more in one moment than we can do in a lifetime. And if we just show up for work every single day and say, I'm reporting for duty, man, he'll put you in those divine appointments like someone's listening to us right now. When you go into your office, be ready because you're showing up for work, not only your physical work, but your spiritual duty. If you're going to the ballpark this afternoon, wherever we are, God wants to do something, and he orchestrates it all out for his good. And so Vegas happened. I'm so thankful. We had 8 youth pastors bring their student groups. We were projecting 700 plus students before COVID. Well, after COVID, we were down to about 100. And those youth groups came out and they were trained with sharing their faith. And what I love is you can't go to Vegas and share your faith without going to North Carolina where you live and share your faith, or Andalusia and share your faith. We all say a fire starts with a spark. My prayer has been, Lord, start the spark that will start a wildfire for evangelism again.
We'll come back, and we got one. I want to tell you what's happening next. Something else you can pay attention to and kind of make a note about, because we're all trying to find our way back to the post-pandemic world, and we'll talk about that when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba show. Bubba's out today, and then we both go on vacation next week, and then we'll all be back on July the 6th. Adler out today as well. And enjoy those best of shows next week. You know, this thing doesn't happen without two things. You, the audience that God has blessed us with, and the advertisers. Those two things are the fuel that feeds this opportunity. And because the advertisers, they're not coming here if you, the audience, aren't here. And then you, the audience, respond to the advertiser, and the advertiser says, hey, I'm going to stay with this. And that's how this thing works. We have a brand new sponsor that's relatively new, only in the last couple of weeks, MackWeldon.com/Bubba. I love when we get these new sponsors that I'm able to say, look, we got all of our folks that have been here for years. You know their product because they've been around with us. Here's something new you might want to look at, MackWeldon.com/Bubba. Now, some of you may already be familiar with Mack Weldon because the brand is synonymous with comfort and style. And but if you haven't been there, MackWeldon.com/Bubba. They got, hey, guys, polos, button-ups, shorts, pants, swim trunks, socks, you name it. For us, they've got it. And they've got it for no matter what we're going to do. Active wear. Hey, I'm going to try to do a little better today. I'm exercising. They got what you need there. Hey, I'm going out on a date tonight with my wife or with a special lady. They've got what you need for that, too. Hey, I need something to wear to work that is stylish but comfortable. Got it. So go look at their line there, MackWeldon.com/Bubba, especially for summer. If you haven't updated your summer wear, they got some great stuff there right now. So go check it out. You also, because you are listening to this program, if you go to MackWeldon.com/Bubba, use that URL. We'll get you 20% off the first order from MackWeldon.com, and we'll also get you free shipping. They also have a free loyalty program that you could end up with free shipping forever. And also you could get, you spend $200 and you'll get 20% off every order for the next year. So go to MackWeldon.com/Bubba. Look at the great line of clothing available for men. Also, rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Scott Dawson's visiting with us. We talked about Vegas, and all the. I never know who to credit this with. I finally found out who to credit. No good deed goes unpunished. I've actually found out who had that term.
Okay.
And so, I don't know who the person that is credited. I know it's Scripture, but the person who looked at Scripture and said this phrase: "If you want to make God laugh, tell Him your plans." And I don't know who to credit that with, but what a true statement. Because, Scripture tells us that even the best thing we can do is folly to Him.
Yep.
I mean, He looks at our highest attempt at intelligence and wisdom, and He laughs.
Yes.
So He put together a plan that was better than what you had, as is usually the norm. He just would like obedience. He'll do the rest.
Yes.
And so it was a great response, and, light was brought to darkness in a dark, dark place.
Yep. So many of them were involved in intentional gospel conversations. And James Merritt, who's a pastor over in Georgia,
James,
he has a great, and again, evangelism is not a program. It's the person of Jesus Christ. So we always talk about Jesus, but how you get into that and how you present the gospel, he has an incredible just 4-point outline that everyone can remember, and it's easy to address. And I love it being simple. He says news is 24/7. The last 18 months, let's face it, we've had some bad news. So he said, I hate to tell you this, but I got to give you some bad news. The bad news is we're sinners. For all have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. Now I got to give you the worst news. There's nothing you can do about it. I mean, literally, you can't be good enough. You can't pay yourself out of it. That's the worst news anyone could ever hear. But I got some good news for you. When you couldn't do anything about it, God did something about it. He sent His Son to die on the cross. The Bible says that God made Him who knew no sin to be sin for us, that we might be made the righteousness of God through Jesus Christ. And I'm going to give you the greatest news ever. You can experience Him right now, because the Bible says, whosoever calls upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. I mean, to me, that's what we trained our students to do.
Yep.
And they were out praying with people, getting into intentional gospel conversations. The angels are going to glorify the Lord. They will worship the Lord. But if this world's going to hear about Jesus, it's going to come from people like us. And I'm tired of evangelism being like the Kmart of ministry. Everybody, if we're talking about missions, it's the Nordstrom, or the Forever 21. And we're the Kmart. I mean, we are the essential ones of ministry, because we're always, like Adrian Rogers used to say, we're one generation from being extinct.
And look around. I mean, this country's already moved into a post-Christian era.
Yeah.
I mean, it's already there.
Yep.
And it's going to get worse if you don't reach the next generation. And so, speaking of that, so you guys concentrate, not completely exclusive, concentrate on reaching the next generation. These events like this, any age can come, and the ages come, and you've done stuff with seniors, which has been great. And what I mean, that's senior citizens, and we've had some great stories on that.
Yes.
You're working with us at themanchurch.com too, and to do some stuff with men. But you've been called to youth ministry. So tell us, because of the pandemic, all this stuff got turned upside down. But tell me what's going to happen with these winter opportunities that are coming, because you need to start planning that now.
Absolutely.
And people want to know, well, what does winter 2022 look like?
Yep.
So update us on that.
Absolutely. We do 2 student conferences. We had to cancel last December's, but we were able to conduct the January one. And so after that, I made a decision. We're not canceling anything else. We're going to keep moving forward. Anything we can do, we are going to do. So we have our student conferences coming up in December and January. It's usually held after Christmas, before New Year's, December 28th through the 30th. We'll have guys like Jonathan Evans. We've got Ed Newton. We've got
just did gridiron with him, and he's look. I know he had to go through this whole thing of who his daddy was and all that. But he's a great communicator, and I will say that it didn't fall too far from the truth.
No, Jonathan Evans is the man. I mean, he is he's a preaching machine, too,
really
just like his dad. Doesn't even – I mean, he quotes Scripture. He doesn't even have to have his Bible. You saw that. I mean, he's got one of those photographic memories.
Yeah, when the guy came up to him and said, "What do you need on stage to put your Bible and notes on?" he said, "Nothing."
Yep.
And so I just need a headset.
So that's in December. And then in January, we've got guys like Ben Stewart, Ed Newton, myself. We've got Carrie and Cody Carnes. We've got Crowder. Here's what we try to tell with student groups. We want you to be where the Lord's called you to be. So we don't ever advertise we're the best conference, we're a perfect conference. We just try to be a conference that serves student groups to get them where they need to be. But what our competitive advantage is, we always have good music, but we really try to focus in on the speaking to students. Because if you can get them at that age plugged into a lifetime of discipleship, let them come to know Christ, but then a lifetime of discipleship, it's our presentation in this world. God is not only so powerful, he can grab you out of the moral cesspool, but if you'll come to know him at an early age, he's so powerful you don't have to get in the cesspool in the first place.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. You can stay out of that. And so that's my mission, that's my message, that's what we do.
Well, and I'll emphasize that, and then I'll give you another opportunity.
That's the life I pray on my kids.
Yeah, right.
Absolutely.
Well, I've sat down with the youngest child that I have on earth, and that is that's Brody, who is 20, just turned 20, and all the kids are at different places in their sanctification, in their spiritual life, from one extreme to the other. So he has been so far, and I pray this over him, he was one of those that made that decision for his life early. And I've watched him live it out. I've watched him continue to grow. And so I asked him about it. I said, I want to know why, this seems to be such a decision for you. I mean, it's not, you're not pondering it, you're not wondering. You locked in on it, you closed on it, you're living it, and by the grace of God, you'll continue to be sanctified and mature and continue on. And I certainly pray that over you, that there'll never be a time that somebody looks at your life and is confused by what you claim. And it is hard, and it is narrow, and it won't be easy, and it hasn't been easy. He's been through, he went through tragedy at 6 years old, and I think that can go one or two ways, and for him, it went this way. He said, "Dad, don't ever think," and I say this to all of you out there because you deal with this in youth ministry all the time, and all those that I know that are in youth ministry. He said, "Don't think I haven't looked at all the different worldviews, because I have." He said, "I listen, I see what people, whatever." He said, "But the gospel and what the Word of God says about me, where I came from, why am I here, and what am I supposed to do?" And this was just so simple. And at this time when he told me this, he was 19. He said, and to me, it's the only thing that made any sense.
It makes sense.
He said, nothing else that I've ever entertained or been presented to be makes sense. The gospel and Scripture makes sense.
Yep.
It wasn't that, you were raised in a Christian home, so, No, he said, I know the other worldviews out there. I haven't been sheltered from that. I've heard everybody else's pitch.
Yeah.
And he said, to me, the Scripture is the only thing that makes any sense. If you do things the way God says to do them, and he's not a perfect kid, there's not one.
No, there's.
But he said, I adhere to who God says I am. I adhere to this choice of redemption. I've adhered to who God says he is, and who he says I am, and what he says I should and should not do.
Yep.
And he said, and to me, it's the only one that makes any sense.
Yep.
It really explains the state of everything.
You know, the real genius in the room, and I think we're confused on this, is not the person that can make a simple idea very complex where you have to be an engineer to understand it. The real genius is the one that can take a complex situation and make it so simple. That's the gospel. It's complex, but it's so simple that Jesus loved you so much he'd rather die than to live without you. And if you can just grab that concept and call upon him, man, all of a sudden he changes your entire life. And you're not supposed to know everything. You'll never know everything, but you know enough to make that decision about Christ. What you're famous, you love to quote C.S. Lewis, it's not the things I don't know about God.
Yeah. It's not the things of the Bible I don't understand that keep me up at night and concern me. It's the things I perfectly understand.
And if we just focus on that, man, life is different.
It's what I did with my life, and anytime someone asks me, I say the same thing. Don't get caught up in the things you don't understand. You go to Scripture right now and go to everything that you can perfectly understand, a child can understand. Work on those, and you won't have time to worry about the others.
That's right.
The others will come to you at another time. But you know why you don't know those yet? Because you're not to the place you can understand them yet. Look at the stuff you can understand. I promise you it'll take up all the time you got. So thank you, Scott. Thanks for being with us. And I want to mention this. Scott will be speaking at a man church coming up, First Baptist Church, Opelika, on July the 8th. Awesome. That's almost here. They're in the second phase, the second curriculum, and you can go see him in Opelika coming up on July the 8th for man church.
Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
We're back. It's 8 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number.
Day without him, brother.
All right, so as we make our way back, look who's on the line now. It's Gary the Bulldozer Man. Hey, Gary.
What's going on?
Buddy, I'm doing fine. How about you? Did you hear Scott Dawson on the show?
Yeah, he's still mad at me.
Yep. Yeah, he is, by the way.
Absolutely.
He is still mad at you, Gary.
The things he said about you, woo, man, let me tell you.
Yeah, it wasn't good,
I
Gary.
know.
There you go.
Yeah, he followed me on that book face and Instagram or whatever.
It's not Bookface. It's not Bookface. It's Facebook.
I think he just follows me so he can keep up with me.
Well, he wants to know where you are. I mean, wouldn't you after that incident?
Well, I think next year will be 20 years that I've been hanging around.
Good phone.
20 years
Yeah,
you've been hanging. You've been hanging around this show for 20 years.
Yeah. Yeah, I first started working with Bubba at 2002. And then, it just go down. But, I don't know. You know what today?
Your phone's breaking up a little bit.
Couldn't be any worse.
Do you have a good cell, Gary? Are you got us on? Have you got us on speakerphone or something? I want you to put it up to your ear.
All right, hold on.
Okay.
Does he sound stopped up?
Yeah,
I hope Gary's okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you now.
He's a little stopped up.
No, yeah, I tell you why he stopped up.
All right.
He's probably going to tell you.
Okay.
But anyway, so it's been nearly 20 years since you've been hanging out on the show.
Yeah.
All right, Dan.
I was reminded this morning today's our Gwen's anniversary.
Really?
Reminded.
How are you reminded?
She left me a card on the counter this morning.
Uh-oh.
But she said it's 45 years, but I'm not sure.
I'd go with it.
Yeah.
But she gets mad about everything I say,
Yeah, I know, Gary. I've been through this with you.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's cleaning out her closet the other day, and she's getting some clothes that they want me to take them down to the place where the, starving and hungry folks.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I said, well, if they starving and hungry, they ain't going to be able to wear them.
Gary.
I'm surprised you got a card.
Gary with two R's. What did the card say?
It was a gift card from a sports fishing hunting store.
Okay. Well, have you got big plans? Because after you said that statement, you better you taking her down to Hickory Chip? What are y'all gonna do?
Yeah.
No, I don't know. We'll probably just go to Lake Mitchell.
Oh boy. You romantic devil.
Y'all just gonna you just gonna go down there to Lake Mitchell?
Picture a salad.
Yeah.
You gonna make her a salad?
Well, I don't know. I just gonna call in and check in. Y'all hadn't talked to y'all since before Mother's Day.
Yeah, I remember that, and there's a reason why we had to put some space in there. Tell Speedy why you sign all stopped up.
Yeah, what's up, Gary?
Well, I've been over there burning all them piles that dead Carlos piled up, all that junk in it.
Who piled it up?
Oh, Carlos.
You mean
I
Carlos?
need to get his phone number. I got to have a talk with that boy.
Yeah, well,
Carlos.
Yeah, you're burning the piles from when Carlos and the crew got all that cleaned up.
Carlos.
Yeah.
Yeah. He just put dirt, stumps, everything in there. I had to dig them out, clean them up before they'd even burn. But you saw it yesterday.
Yeah, it looked good.
Yeah. I got about 2 or 3 dump truck loads of ashes laying around, but
They're burnt though, huh?
I'll do something with them, I guess. Hey, you telling me the other day you want me to go to Pensacola? Are you gonna fly down there? Or you gonna drive?
You're not going to Pensacola. You're not going to Pensacola, man. That's the marriage conference.
Well, you asked me to go.
Well, Sherry's going to be with me on that one. No, now you can go to
That'd
Orange.
be a
You can
good
go to
one.
Orange Beach if you want to. Maybe. I mean, you remember what happened in Louisiana? I told you I was never going to take you back.
Well, maybe he and
But he is flying, Gary.
Maybe
to
he
answer
and,
your question.
and Gwen need to.
Well, that preacher would not have been so dead gum. Acted the way he did, I wouldn't have gotten a fight with him.
Now go back to this again. You don't see anything wrong with a sentence that features the pastor and you in a fight with him.
Well, I mean, he's the one that started it.
Gary, he didn't start. He just was a misunderstanding. You know, most of the time when they're counseling people that made a decision for Christ.
Broke two of them.
Well, listen, broke two of them. Gary, but most time a pastor, when he's in there counseling men that have given their life to Christ, normally nobody comes in and says somebody's sitting on my turkey calls.
Yeah, he don't have a good answer for that.
Well, he ought not to grab me by the arm like he did.
I know, Gary.
Like a bear got
you made that very clear. You made that very clear.
Well,
so I don't know about you going.
Well, Rick, if it's a marriage conference,
he ain't going to marriage.
He can take Gwen.
I can tell you 100% he ain't going.
You think they could open up for y'all?
Hey, I mean, maybe me and Gwen can talk about how the Lord's been good to us.
I can give them men some pointers on that. You know how to stay married 45 years.
No, Gary.
What would be your first one?
Well, there's several first ones.
No,
there's really only one first.
No. You know how sometimes you have to think about something? Then there's sometimes you really don't.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's just immediate.
Yeah.
No, Gary, no.
Well, are you going to fly down there at Orange Beach or you going to drive?
I'm going to fly.
Well, have they changed the tires on that airplane yet?
Yes. There's nothing wrong with the tires. It's fine.
Well, they look kind of low. That time we took off up there.
I know they did, Gary. But the pilot, I'm sure the pilot knows what he's doing. All right, Gary. All right, have a good weekend, you and Gwen.
All right.
Happy anniversary to you and Gwen.
All right. I'll let you later.
All right, buddy. See you, Gary. Gary the Bulldozer Man checking in.
There he goes.
It's almost like he could sense Dawson was on the show.
I know, isn't that crazy?
He can sense these things.
Yeah.
Top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes now past the hour from the broadcast plaza and teleport. Bubba has already left on his vacation due to flights and all that. He needed to go ahead and go. And Adler's also away. He's dealing with a personal situation today with grieving with some friends of his. So he had to leave today because of a death in a family that was close to him. And then he's on vacation next week. So Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and yours truly, old number one here, along with Barbecue Smoke Neck and the winner. All right, so you heard me play coming out of the break, Will Ferrell. Mm-hmm. Remember this, by the way. It will show up on a future Rick and Bubba Giant Game of Knowledge.
There you go.
So it was my birthday. I don't remember the year, but Will Ferrell was in Alabama and near us shooting Talladega Nights, okay? So the Rick and Bubba audience kept seeing Will Ferrell at different places, including jogging on the side of the road. Of course, when you see Will's body type, you don't really picture him jogging a whole lot, but people did see him jogging. But anyway, so before the show ended, the audience was able to get Will Ferrell to call me and wish me a happy birthday.
Do you remember how we did that?
No.
Do you remember we found someone that worked at the hotel?
That was right. That's right.
And then y'all sent me to them, and we paid them to get him, like, to ring his room,
that's right,
tell him the situation, and ask if he would call, and he was nice enough to call.
And that's the second part. Now, first of all, we get him to do a liner before he leaves.
Hey, this is Will Ferrell, and you're listening to the Rick and Bubba.
And so, but the second part that I play is when I asked him when he called. I said, by the time he was done, I said, "Is this really Will Ferrell?" And he said,
"This has been an elaborate hoax."
And he was like, "No, you've been part of an elaborate hoax." So it's time again for the audience to try to do something.
Here we go.
Bruce Willis is here in town.
Yes, and we're only giving you about 50 minutes to do this.
Right.
But
so you got to hurry.
He's in the state of Alabama to film his new movie Die Like Lovers.
Okay.
And it's going to be entirely filmed in the Birmingham area, and he was spotted in Bessemer, Alabama, and I think was even eating at Bright Star, which is a famous restaurant.
Yeah.
Good choice, Bruce. And so, I mean, where they say they are saying he is, we guys, we go through there all the time, and so I thought we could challenge the audience to see if we could get him to call.
All right, so
I don't know what the schedule is. I think they said that he was there until the 26th.
Speedy's going to throw a little cash out there.
So, I mean,
all right, speaking of that, by the way, I just want to, because I didn't know that part of the story. Y'all paid someone on the Will Ferrell thing, and how much did y'all pay?
It was like $500, wasn't it?
Yeah,
was it that
I've
much?
played it, yeah.
It was on up there. It was on up there.
Okay, wow.
But they didn't want to lose their job.
Well,
and
sure.
so
Oh,
we
that's
like,
what it
well,
was.
we'll pay you.
I may be wrong, but I think it was $500.
Because the
It was
person
on up there.
the
A lot
person
more.
That's in the 90s.
So it's not like you just slipped him a 20 to do it. Like this was a you threw him a
Well, if
couple
the person,
Benjamins.
if the person lost their job over it, they need to be able to survive a little bit.
A couple days, yeah.
Yes. So
Yeah.
what we did was this. Now I want to be clear. We did not have the person ring his room with us on the line.
No.
What the person did was
Ask
contact him and say, "Would you call this radio station? It's one of them's birthday."
And he actually thought it was kind of funny.
And he didn't have
He's
any
a good
problem.
sport about
He had matter of fact, we probably could have got it done without $500.
It's when they was filming Talladega Nights.
That's right. And someone called and said, I think I just saw Will Ferrell jogging through downtown Birmingham.
That's right.
Right.
And that's how it all started.
So
and we want to do the same thing with Bruce Willis.
Yeah, and we're only giving you 50 minutes.
if we get down to I can ask him to call you, but I may lose my job, then whatever it takes.
Well, what's the fee today?
Well, we'll see.
Greg has lunch with you.
We'll negotiate.
Greg will come to the Bright Star and have lunch.
We'll
with you today.
negotiate.
We'll negotiate.
Yeah, yes, we negotiated this time.
Brian,
and
we're
they said
going back to
I got to have $500. So
I don't know why.
Yeah.
food.
So what I'm that way, and it led to us getting on the show and getting an interview with Will Ferrell when he was at probably the top of his game.
Right.
Yeah.
So
Of course, he says you're listening to the Rick and Bubba, and it don't say show.
well, Greg,
Greg,
no, listen.
only you.
Greg, but Greg,
Speedy, can you do, how you put your voice in there like you
Yeah.
did on the
All right,
Sports
let's
Art
see, here we
Drops
go.
and make it?
but listen, this works though, Greg. Listen, the way he does it, I actually like it.
Hey, this is Will Ferrell, and you're listening to the Rick and Bubba.
But that's kind of cool.
Yeah,
the one and only.
I think it's a little different. I like
the
it.
one and only, Greg.
Now let Speedy finish.
All right, great. Now you
go
finish your
ahead.
for the czars.
Hey, this is Will Ferrell, and you're listening to the
Bubba Show.
Hey, this is Will Ferrell, and you're listening to the Rick and Bubba
Show.
Nah, you know what? You missed your gift as an impressionist.
For some reason, I got to look up and to the right. To
I
do
know
it.
you knows that. He has.
Yeah.
to look
Oh,
up.
yeah. He can't.
I can't just do it. I got to look up and
He's
to
either
the
gonna
right.
close his eyes.
You're right. So if
Well, I don't want to think. I can't see myself doing it on TV.
Yeah, if
I know
you-
what I look like.
I got you.
if you can get Bruce Willis on this show this hour,
Yeah.
I mean, we're gonna take care of you.
Hey, we want him on the Rick and Bubba. That's what we want him on.
Hey, this is Bruce Willis. You're looking good.
Does this help us at all on one?
Well, maybe so. I don't know. We can
right.
start there.
Not really.
Jerry, you're in Meridian, listening to 97.9. Jerry, go ahead.
Bruce Willis was in Jackson, Mississippi about 3 weeks ago filming part of that movie in Jackson, downtown Jackson.
I normally carry it.
But you didn't have him call the show. Did you interact with him?
No, it doesn't help us.
No, I seen him from a distance, but I couldn't get close to him.
Oh, that probably wasn't even him.
Well, Jerry, I mean, in all fairness,
help us at all, Jerry.
Jerry, in all fairness,
you,
it's like
Jerry.
me showing up and I'm looking for Greg and he's been lost. And you said, and I said he was here. Well, yeah, about 3 weeks ago. Well, my gosh, where is he now?
Rick,
I
hey,
mean,
hey, and to come beside Jerry, I actually watched Armageddon, saw him in a movie that.
Greg, no, yeah, he was closer than you.
I was almost a bip and texted the Irwin brothers to see if they had a connection to whoever's doing this
Well,
movie.
how would they be connected to Bruce
I don't know.
Willis?
They're in the business. They know.
Right, well,
I mean, they know who.
You know what you just did? Do you know what you just
But
did?
I didn't do it.
I tell you,
I
that's,
didn't
that's
do
a
it.
better play than what that caller had.
It was.
I thought maybe just being in the business, they would know. Oh, I'll tell you who's
let
running
me
it.
tell you you are.
John Travolta's been in town several times,
Yeah.
and we've never got him to call.
I know. We should have been more.
'Cause
We
he,
forgot.
He gets spotted in Birmingham all the time.
I call him Johnny.
But him's tight.
But what you just did, Speedy, was I'll never forget this. I was in Ireland, by the way. I was in Ireland.
Oh, with the bell.
It's-
I
it's the
travel.
bell. Listen, I travel. And so I was in Ireland, and you know how people, and this was a person that was. It was the famous island out there where generations have lived. Were the ones that asked us if we were from the place of the Cowboys and Indians. You remember that?
Yes.
Can you say something for us? And I'm like, what? Can you tell us where you come from? You come from the place of the Cowboys and the Indians. And then finally the guy says, they think you're from Texas. They watch the Westerns here. So anyway, listen, the person said, I had met someone here from the United States just the other day. And I said, really? He said, and he said his name. I don't know what it was. I'll say, for some reason, Burt Jones has jumped in my mind. I
go
don't
ahead,
know why. Yeah, his name was Burt Jones. Do you know him?
Do you know him?
I'm like, do I know him? I said, where's he from? Oklahoma. I'm like, no, I don't know Burt Jones from Oklahoma.
America's a big country.
Met Burt Jones in here. Do you think you know him? I'm like, where's he from? Oklahoma. No, it's a long way. So that's what you just did.
Yeah, I know. I know. I just thought maybe some of the people that are working inside,
Jerry
pulling things
nearly
off,
got
they
him.
maybe use.
Greg,
We need somebody.
you know what? I can't take you serious with that incredible burn on your arm.
I know.
All I see is that burn. All right, so if you can
know
get
of somebody that works.
somebody
or,
who's working on this movie in Bessemer, which is not far from the studio, we need Bruce Willis
There he is.
to call the show.
What if y'all looked up and he was out there shirtless with a cup of coffee?
I tell you what's funny. What if you looked on TV4 and that was him? All right, so
Demi Moore was with him.
you wouldn't believe how hard those shows have been since you've been gone. I can't believe Stoney's still doing them.
Really?
All right, so when we come back, now we've got it out there, so we'll move on with the show, doing other things.
Right.
But any Bruce Willis updates and email and all this kind of stuff, let us know if we can close in on him like we did Will Ferrell that time. And we had that Cameron Diaz thing that happened with Michael Papa John.
That's
that
right.
time.
I got thrown out of that limo.
You did. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
20 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. As we make our way back, another special anniversary today within the Rick and Bubba family. And Greg, that's your son Taylor.
Taylor and Kelsey married 5 years. Can y'all believe it's been 5 years?
5 years.
Wedding.
Just had a new baby not too long ago. Marion joins us.
We have Ellis. We have Marin. Grandbabies.
Yep.
And 5 years.
Yeah, I saw a picture of them. They were getting out there and getting a little something to eat, and they're out at the restaurant. Looked like they had it like they liked it.
Oh, yeah.
So 5 years married, Taylor and Kelsey Burgess. 1, 2, happy anniversary, baby. I got you on my mind.
You even sang to your son. That's great, buddy.
Yeah, you know, I got to fill in for Bubba.
That's right. You filled in for Bubba. So that 5 years, that went by fast. It did.
Wow.
Real fast.
Oh, wow. Bruce just emailed.
Okay, so.
No, it's another one.
Operation Bruce Willis is underway.
Wow, the emails are coming in of people that have seen him. We know that.
Right.
Yeah, thanks. I saw him one time 2 or 3 years ago.
This is, can you get him on the show? That's what this is all about.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Can you get him on the show?
I saw him on Entertainment Tonight the other night.
Greg, this one here. I went through
doing more than that.
I went through Bessemer and saw cameras set up. Well, okay.
Hey, I saw Bessemer.
That's not going to help us.
Don't tell us Bessemer every day.
Hey, don't tell us anything we don't already know. And what's the name of the
Bright Star?
And what's the name of the movie?
Rick.
Lovers Dead.
Something like Live Like Lovers.
No, it's Die Like Lovers.
Okay, it is. It's Die Like Lovers. It's opposite day.
Live and let die. Bow, bow. So we're looking for Bruce Willis in Bessemer. All we need you to do is have him call the show.
That's
Somebody
it.
go check the Bright
That's
Star.
it.
Somebody's there is an extra today or something that's going to make that happen.
I need somebody calling, whispering into the phone. Hey, I'm on
I got him. I'm about to hand the phone up to him. He's over at Craft Services. Okay. He's got a sandwich.
Danny Vincent, if you're in this movie, call us.
Yeah.
Danny, you're in every movie ever shot in Alabama. We know you're in it.
Yeah.
Did you see that that Duck Dynasty star Kay Robertson, Phil's wife, has been attacked by a dog and has been hospitalized? Greg.
Scared me a little bit.
It did.
Like that. Pretty good one, wasn't it?
He said
the dog was in here.
It says she's 73 years old. She's resting
Whose
comfortably
dog
home.
was it?
She was
Hers.
bitten by the family's dog, Bobo.
Wait a minute. Well, everybody
Bobo
gets bit
got
by
it.
their own dog.
Well, in
That's
the
not
face,
news.
so I think it was all in the face. I think.
Yeah, it said his wife came to him in the middle of the night holding a rag on her mouth and told him she needed to run to the hospital. I said, move the rag a minute. Picture Phil telling us this. I looked at her top lip, and it was split in two about a quarter of an inch. Her bottom lip over the right side, there was a chunk of it gone. She was bleeding really bad. That's an understatement. So
What upset the dog?
he, you know what he said to her? Says that the bite seemingly happened when Miss Kay was getting ready for bed and leaned over to give Bobo a good night kiss, which apparently startled the sleeping dog. So this is why you don't have dogs in the house.
Yeah.
This is why you don't have dogs in the house. And I told her, do you not know the old saying, let a sleeping dog lie?
Phil.
There you go, Phil. That would be there. So
she went. She was trying to be sweet to the dog, and it bit her in the face.
right. Well, you know,
I've seen that happen though. If they're asleep and you startle them, they come up biting.
yeah, well, because I think something's got them.
Yeah.
It's instinct, Greg.
He felt bad about it. It says in the article.
I know, Greg. It says he apologized. Now that part I'm going to just let lie. Speaking of letting things lie.
Living.
We continue to follow this. COVID in China, Dr. Fauci's tangled web of deceit just got bigger. It's become problematic. It's problematic. So Fauci, who none of us, does anybody here, look up at Fauci when you see him now and go, no, that's a credible guy?
No.
Anybody? Now, I'm not saying that there's not things we need to be concerned about. This is not an anti or pro anything. This is Dr. Fauci's lost his credibility. That's all this is. And they said now it's even getting worse. So the legal wranglings with all of this, we now have all kinds of accusations against Fauci. So now in an upcoming book by two Washington Post reporters, they're going to detail how Fauci resisted a presidential directive from Trump and the White House in April of 2020 to cancel a research grant to a nonprofit that was funneling taxpayer dollars to the Wuhan lab.
There it is.
And there it is.
Right there, Greg.
That's the one you were looking for.
Fauci knew why the order had been issued. President Trump was alarmed by various reports connecting risky gain-of-function research inside the lab to the outbreak of the deadly virus under the so-called lab leak theory. Now, remember, lab leak theory, you weren't allowed to say that. You would be canceled on the spot. And now we're finding out, maybe that theory was not as far-fetched as, of course, people who had stake in the situation wanted you to believe. The possibility that Fauci's group at the National Institute of Health might have helped finance a man-made catastrophic pandemic was a frightening scenario. And the book goes in to say that they went ahead and continued this even though there were concerns in the White House and the Department of Health, and says there is a verbatim conversation with a longtime friend who pleaded with Fauci to defy the directive canceling the funding. When Fauci and his colleague, Francis Collins, the director of Fauci's bunch, balked at complying with the order, the general counsel for Fauci's bunch, the National Institute of Health, and also the HHS, which is the Health Department of Health and Human Services, when the counsel for our Health and Human Services told them to do it anyway and made clear it was a direct order from the president, implying that their jobs were on the line if they didn't comply. Was it canceled? It was canceled because they were told to cancel it. That's what Fauci informed the committee members. I don't know the reason, but we were told to cancel it. So they're gonna go ahead and say that they were told to cancel all this because of this. Doesn't look good. This looks like y'all might be part of causing this problem, and our taxpayers are not going to want to know that their tax dollars were used to funnel funds to a lab that was working on gain of function that was not properly secure. We know this. We know our own investigators went over and to look at this lab and came back saying we are very concerned about how secure this place is. Their protocol here does not look good. We think this is dangerous, and the next thing we know, bam. Mm-hmm. So now there's a lot of CYA going on. If you don't, because again, I'm just a C student from Calhoun County, Alabama. But now that the information is coming out, I think any of us can deduce with any logical reasoning that it may be possible. This is a scenario that is possible that if I was part of causing a worldwide pandemic, then the one of the different possibilities that would be introduced, I would try to demonize and cancel anyone who tried to suggest that there was a leak from the Wuhan lab that caused this, because if that's a plausible scenario, then I'm going to be eventually held accountable for that because I'm involved. So if I've got the power to get everybody off that narrative, it's logical that I probably, if I'm not, unless I just want to take responsibility and say, hey, my bad, don't see a lot of that these days. So if I'm somebody that is not going to say, want you to know I didn't think it would get out, we were doing gain of function, we got a problem, yes, we were researching it, yes, we funded it. Here's the reasons even why we were researching it. We weren't some evil people trying to take over the world. We were doing gain of function, and we didn't have this thing as secure as we should have, and it got out. Well, if I'm not the kind of person that can take that kind of responsibility for something, and I want to try to CYA because I'm afraid I might get in a lot of trouble, or I might be, hated by all the people whose loved ones have been killed. But what you did, and this has been said by the former director of the CDC, not from Rick and Bubba, not from conservative radio talk show host, is from the former CDC director. He said that when that narrative got canceled and was deemed as ludicrous and conspiracy theorist, it might have cost a lot of people their life, because if we had been investigating it from that point, from the beginning, we might have caught up to it quicker. So it just keeps getting worse for Fauci. Yeah. Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big as we make our way back. Relief Factor. Love this product. Take it every day. All natural. We've got 4 botanicals. That omega-3 is in there on the fish oil. It really, really helps me with the aging process. Or maybe I go out there and try to do a little better. I kind of tweaked my back the other day. It's better now. Start taking 3 doses instead of 2. And now that it's better, I'm back to 2 again. You can take it every day. The over-the-counter stuff is not designed for everyday use. That's not what it's designed for. So it's not safe to take these things over the counter, on an everyday basis like you're taking a vitamin. You're really not supposed to do that. And then we know all the addictive properties with the opioids and pain relief. So this is something natural, and I really, really hope it will work for you like it has for so many other people, including me. Get Relief Factor by going to ReliefFactor.com. I love getting all the emails for those of you this is working for. And get your life back. So many people said, hey, it gave me quality of life. I mean, my pain was just like a black cloud over my head every day, and Relief Factor solved it, and solved it naturally. So get your Relief Factor by going to ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. A 3-week supply is $19.95. And that you'll know inside 3 weeks whether it's working for you or not. And for the majority of people that get the start pack, it works. So I hope it will for you. All right, so we just got word on the pursuit of Bruce Willis that there is a Rick and Bubba Army member that is on their way to the set where the movie's being shot.
Right, knows exactly where to go.
Knows where to go. If that happens, then we'll get Bruce Willis on the show before the end of the show.
An intern Barbecue Smoke Neck has messaged the director. I don't know where that's going to go. We're running out of time.
We should have started earlier, but I forgot about it.
Yeah. We mentioned it in the kickoff hour, but then we got rolling.
There would have been a time this had been all 4 hours of the show. And I'm not saying those were good shows. I'm just saying
if that would have happened.
That would have been the way. Better, they probably weren't very good shows, but I mean that's the way we would have
been.
Quit
holding your burnt arm up, please.
Yeah, great.
That's all I see.
All right, so we're going to try to get to the bottom of that. I do want to mention this, okay? Now, just stay with me. This is not my intention to upset anybody because you know it's not my nature. So I told you I spent yesterday with my 12-year-old nephew.
Yes.
Okay, and he wanted to go to a restaurant for lunch, and it was fine. It was his day. So we went there, and it had TVs like we have here, okay? And right over his head, when you're talking to someone, if there's something on behind them, you see it, okay?
Yeah.
Right over his head was a men's soccer game, okay? Right over his head. And so I was forced to look at it, and I said to myself, and this today, let me be perfectly clear, what I'm about to say now does not include people like me. If you don't like soccer and you're anti-men's soccer like I am, then that I don't really want to talk to you because you and I are on the same page, and I get it. This is me trying to reach out to this community that I upset because of my disdain, which I was raised in this disdain of men's soccer. And do I think it's destroyed our country? I do. And if you look, I mean, it's kind of hard to argue with the results, okay? But for those of you that like men's soccer, because there's things that I like American football, I like baseball, I'm on basketball. And
spike ball.
Yeah, and of course, because one of my sons played lacrosse, I'm not going to pursue lacrosse, but I mean, if it's on, I'll look at it. So even if it's a sport you like, there's things about the sports I like that I don't like. There's certain things I'm like, man, this is just what in the world, okay? I don't like the ejections on the targeting rule and this kind of stuff. It ought to just be a penalty, and so those kind of things. Y'all have to be upset about the flopping.
Oh, it's unreal. Okay. It was on in here one day, like you said.
Guys,
I've never seen nothing
this game was on behind a 12-year-old's head, and I would look up. So that means I tried to watch, I'm not exaggerating this, within about a 12 to 15 minute viewing of glancing up at this men's soccer game, the game was being stopped at least 8 times for somebody on the ground.
Oh, yeah.
And if anybody just bumps into anybody, they go down and they act. They lay there. And they start rolling around like some loon. And they have to stop the game. Y'all, if you're a soccer fan, that has to bother you.
Yeah.
I mean, are y'all demanding something? Now, it's not my thing. I'm not going near soccer. This even made it even more annoying to me to watch men's soccer. Mm-hmm. But if you're a soccer purist and you just disagree with me and you love soccer, you love men's soccer, you're not okay with this, are you? This is bothering you. Yeah. This is bothering you.
Any collision, any
Greg, it doesn't even if you just barely touch them. Yeah!
It dumbs down when somebody's really hurt.
Yeah.
Because everything I'm on the ground.
They have to stop. And what gets me is not that they just don't. They go down. They roll around.
Oh yeah.
Like that. You think, gosh, this guy may die.
Yeah.
And I know somebody did die in a soccer game. And I'm not making.
Well,
a lot of that.
I don't.
Did he die?
No. He just
they had to bring him back.
Yeah. He's recovering.
But
Rick had him dead again.
But if
he was technically for a few
seconds, he was. Yeah, the trainer said he was not with us when I got to him.
Technically, he was.
Yeah. But it was. But that had anything to do with the game.
No, he just. It's hard.
But I'm just going back to this again. Y'all don't like this, do you, soccer purists? And I know. Look, if that's your thing, you like this sport. That's fine. I mean, I don't. I've been clear about that. A lot of what I do is in humor. But this particular thing, this can't be okay with anybody. I mean, I'm not talking about it happens 4 or 5 times a game. It happens 4 or 5 times every 4 or 5 minutes.
I'm like you. We were doing the kickoff and it was on the screen in here. And again, every time I looked up, they were helping somebody up or hauling them off or
right.
Y'all are not okay.
Nobody ever fell, got up and limped a little bit, and then rubbed a little dirt on it and kept going.
Right. And my favorite part is once they come out and they get a little water bottle and all that, and then they get over to the sideline, then they're back in a minute later running around.
And
like
then,
it never happened.
Then all of a sudden they add time to the game.
It's like I'm saying.
Is it to kill time? Is that what they're doing?
Are we going to get this grown male? Notice I didn't say man. Are we going to get this grown male a juice box? I mean, what's going on here?
Yeah.
I mean, it is the way they act about it is nobody can be okay with this.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, you can't be. I mean, we all have our favorite sport, and we have things we don't like about that sport. This has to be one of them.
That's what I'm saying.
If you're a soccer
I don't like
fan.
you laying out there in football if you're not. Really
I don't
hurt.
either.
If you're just dinged up,
there's nothing I hate worse to see an American football player lay around like it's the end of time, and then suddenly you look 2 plays later, he's back in the game.
Yeah.
You know what it is? It's the defensive guy laying down, faking an injury because the offense is running so fast.
Well, this one's different.
Break it up.
But this one's different. These guys.
Craig Shoemaker talked about this on one of the best ofs that we play.
Yeah, the flopping. See, I've heard about it. I thought, well, people are exaggerating. No. I didn't realize how bad it was. Wes in Spanish Fort, do you like men's soccer?
I do. I played at Trustful and
we all have things we struggle with. Yeah.
Well, no, I actually like watching, but no, I was watching last week and I didn't know that they had done this, but they had actually implemented review. So a guy, I mean, it was close. I mean, but he kind of embellished it a little bit. But they implemented review, and the ref checked it and gave the ball to the other folks. So,
Wes, I think you may be misunderstanding my thing. I'm not saying that people don't get hurt or get clawed or get cagged.
Oh, no,
it's the drama.
There's reasons when it's validated.
Somebody can barely touch somebody's face, and I know that hurt, right? And it was annoying. But it doesn't warrant a flopping around on the ground like you may not live.
Yeah.
I mean, with
I coach my 8-year-old and my 12-year-old, and if somebody goes down, I'm like, get up, you're all right.
Yeah, shake it off.
I may be a little less sympathetic.
Well, you're not from Europe. Let's just be honest.
Yeah,
I mean, so you're looking at even soccer through the lens of America, and all that. But I didn't realize how bad it was. I think it's ruining the game. It's like some of the things in sports I like, I go, this is ruining the game. Like if football, I like American football, but if we get to the point that it's 7-on-7, 2-hand touch, I don't want to watch it. And so this
or even flag.
Yeah. I don't want to watch flag football. Flag football might be fun to play and it's good for kids. It's not a spectator sport. And I think it's even good to help women, have another sport to play. But when you get to this, I think this is ruining those of us that may go over and say, let's have a look at this soccer thing. Maybe I'm wrong. And then you see these males flopping around out on the ground like they've been shot in Chicago. I mean, it's like, what are you doing? I mean, if it's a penalty, fine, but you don't have to do all that. Mm-hmm. And they do it so much it keeps slowing the game down. And so Wes agrees. All right, so it's.
I did see.
I'd heard all this flop stuff is all I'm saying, but I never watched soccer.
You never witnessed it.
But I actually witnessed it, and I'm like, okay, wow, this is worse than I even thought it was.
NBA has a little bit of that going on with them as well.
Dude, I heard that it is starting to catch on the NBA. I heard the same thing.
It's not. I don't think it's as bad as it used to be. I think this has come a long way in the last couple of years.
All right, we'll come back. We'll take your phone calls to wrap the hour up. Maybe a call from Bruce Willis. 866-WE-BE-BIG. When the Rick and Bubba Show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, wrapping up the hour. Best of Rick and Bubba shows next week. Don't forget Rick and Bubba University, the podcast tomorrow and over the weekend, wherever you get podcasts. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, is a unique podcast that runs every week, but we'll be on vacation. So next week, there'll be no podcast next week. There'll be no Wednesday Bible study next week because Bubba and I will be on vacation. We'll all be back together coming back on July the 6th. Lines are available now, 866-WE-BE-BIG, 30 seconds a pop. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer will sound. Your time on the program over. Another person gets an opportunity. I'm looking outside at another family. Look at this family from Pensacola. This is another road trip family.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're going through up to the Dakotas, and
It's a long way.
You know, and a buddy of mine, Andrew Varvutis, him and his family just left. He sent me the Babylon Bee family loves road trip right out of the driveway, and then it all fell apart.
And it fell apart.
Count the cost, Steph. All right, to the people we go. We're
going to Bruce on 5.
Bruce has not called. Let's go to Bill in Alabama.
Gracie, I'm going to break my promise.
Bill, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Gentlemen, good morning. I played rugby in college. That was about 50 years ago.
Yeah.
And then because it was a social event, we played some soccer with the ski club around Washington D.C.
Yep.
And I had a guy teach me how to play goalkeeper. He said, when you go to punch the ball out in the air, I want you to punch it like you were in a heavyweight fight. I don't care how close to the attacker's head it is. And then he said, and when you attack the ball on the ground, might as well take the guy's legs with you when you go.
Watch it now.
Yeah. All right, Bruce Willis's call. We got
Oh,
him.
really?
It happened right before the show was over. Bruce Willis, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey, not really. This has all been an elaborate hoax.
Oh, man. I figured that when I saw your area code, unless somebody was using his phone.
Yeah.
Let's go to...
Caller from the Bright Star.
Caller from the Bright Star.
There he is. Somebody, we got an email that they might have moved out of Bessemer to another location.
Doggone it.
But they're in the Birmingham area.
Rockhound.
We don't know. It's all, I don't know.
Todd in Texas. Todd, go ahead, buddy.
Hey, boys. I just want to tell you about a funny flopping story. A buddy of mine is the director of sports medicine for a major D1 school here in Texas. And a kid went down. It was a televised game. He ran out and he said, "Are you okay? What's wrong?" He said, "Nothing, coach. We just got 12 men on the field."
Well, now see, that's somebody helping. Right
Yeah, that's knowing the game.
Nothing wrong.
Thinker.
He just taking care of his team.
Yeah, that doesn't count. That I'm okay with.
That's pretty good.
Let's go to Chris and Troy. Chris, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, man, the last time I watched an NBA game was about 5 years ago. Watch this guy get injured his ankle, twisted it, and so he hopped from half court all the way to the end of the bench. And before the trainer could get to him on the end of the bench, he jumped up, hopped back out to the middle of the court, and laid down and waited out and laid on the court for about 10 minutes while they worked on his ankle. And then he was back in the game in about a minute.
Oh man, I mean,
that was.
They didn't play for the same coach. They didn't play for the same coach as we did.
LeBron is one of the worst at flopping.
And here we go.
He is. Of course, I wish he'd just play some ball, not be so open about politics. But
yeah, he's mistreated.
Yeah,
I'm not going to say shut up and dribble like some people did, and he took offense to that. But I do. I enjoy watching you play basketball, other than the flopping.
Yeah, it's professional sports is getting more and more difficult because a lot of people go into the sports world, and I know some people in sports take themselves more serious than they should.
Yeah.
I don't know how to break this to everybody, but you're participating in the entertainment business.
Right.
Yeah. And look, it's a lot of hard work, and I respect those of you that are good at your craft, and I enjoy watching it. I like to enjoy Dad taught Greg and I growing up that we should take time to watch anybody do what they do really well. Yeah. If they're good at it, I mean,
Excellent.
seriously, my dad said, and I agree, he said, if there's a guy somewhere that is the best ditch digger in the ditch digging world, I'd like to watch him dig a ditch.
Yeah.
I mean, I love to watch people be excellent at what they do, and there's nothing wrong with that, and I enjoy that. But it's like I think the worst part is when, the people that go to watch it say, I'm trying to escape all this that you're dragging me into right now. It's not that I don't care about it.
Yeah.
I can, I don't know how to break this to everybody. I can care about something and still take a break from it.
Right.
It doesn't mean it doesn't mean I don't care about it.
Right.
But it means I just don't want to wallow in it 24/7 because I also have some mental health I'd like to have, and and we all need to take a break and we all need to rest. You remember the great pastor when the pastor went on sabbatical and when the guys in the congregation got mad at him And he said, well, you know the devil never rests, Pastor. And he said, yeah, but Jesus did. I'm not trying to be like the devil.
That's right.
Okay, so we need to refresh ourselves, and we need to take a little time away, so we can be good at what we do, and we can be focused on things that are important. So when you leave the important things to go to something that's not important, and then you get there and they think it's more important than you do, and some of you think sports is too important. You agree with the players. I don't. It's entertainment, and I was glad that our dad, was involved in it. I enjoyed it, but it's the entertainment business. And does it help people? Can sports help you? I mean, when I look down on the resume, if somebody participated in sports, do I look at them a little different than somebody who didn't? Probably shouldn't, but I do.
Yeah.
Because at least I know. It's just like I was told something about my college degree, which hasn't been all that valuable to me other than this. Somebody said, no, it has been valuable to you. Why? Because we looked down and saw that you actually finished something.
You stuck with it.
Yeah. It doesn't matter whether you really studied anything that's going to do you any good,
Right.
but you completed something, which means you will finish things. You'll get a project done. So, but
nobody seems to ask about your GPA. They just want to know if you finished.
Right.
You ever notice that?
Yeah. But do I like people that participate in sports working for me better than those that don't? Yeah.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean there's not some wonderful people that never participated in sports that do great. But now sports is starting to take on a different deal that and it goes back to this too, where you think that same thing with our show. We would be delusional if we thought that we could do anything we want to on this show and you'd still continue to listen to it. That's really not true. We can make this show so undesirable that you go, it ain't that important to me. So, and I think professional sports need to learn that.
Yeah, if I have to choose between LeBron flopping and social issues he's speaking out, I'm going to take his flopping. I'd rather watch you flopping, LeBron.
I probably watch, of the percentage of sports that I once consumed in my life, I bet I'm down to about 5% of what I used to do. Literally, I'm down that far. I might watch 3 college football games all the way through, and that's about my consumption of sports. Everything else, softball, basketball, I don't consume at all. Baseball, I probably consume at about a 1 to 2%.
It's been on a decline for me too. It's not to that rate yet, but it's headed that direction.
Yeah, I go through most every single day, which was one time not the case, and I really couldn't care less what's going on in sports.
Yeah.
I hardly ever care. Every now and then I do. Go, that's kind of neat. Let's go to David. David, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead. That's kind of neat.
Good morning, Rick and Bubba. How y'all doing?
Hey, buddy. How you been?
Oh, wow.
Man, I got a blown out knee. I got to have knee surgery on my knee, man.
Watch out.
Well, what it says here you choked on bread.
I did, man. I got up by 10 o'clock at night and made me a tomato sandwich, and I got that damn bread hung in my throat. It wouldn't go up and it wouldn't go down, and I called the paramedics, and I couldn't hardly talk, and then I hear me whispering. I said, well, I said, what's going on here? I said, I'm choking on bread. I said, what? Hold on. Let's hear the paramedics. Right on over there.
What just happened?
I don't know what just happened.
David choked on some bread.
By the way, good to hear from Bruce Willis. I didn't think we were going to get it in.
Well,
he made it. I didn't think it was going to happen.
He made it. Okay. Good to hear from David. That's going to be.
Oh, man.
David
All
right.
Only this show would end on that note.
Yeah.
Thanks for being
See
with us.
you in a week.
Yep. See you in a week.
That'll do it.
Enjoy the best of shows next week if your time's running out. Have a great 4th of July. We'll all get back together on July 6th. If you got more Rick and Bubba today, top of the hour, Lord willing, some more will continue. Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Waking on the blubber.